My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I drive, counting the streets passing by, dreaming of trees and pale white, the light of the night in southern Hawaii. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in the routines I know. My last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. I'm not unhappy, my dear, but nothing is holding me here. They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines I know. Our last trip was ages ago, ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away. From where I am, I go all the way by bicycle, just to see your face in Tokyo. Just an illusion, and heads are turning. A rumor has it she's my human. She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she play it ice cold. Just for her amusement, a 30-second romance. What else were you assuming? She's out of touch, so rough, ahead of the game. Is that enough for her to leave them in flames? She's out of touch, so rough and so out of tame. You know that later she's playing ice cold. goes.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Easy come, easy it goes. It might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline.
be true. It's heartbreaking and breaks the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase.
Yo. Yo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I made a little thing go inside. Those supposed to be close for saying you never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life, so fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender till you're through, put up a fight. Those supposed to be close were saying you never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. up, up and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. From the minds if the wise that despise others' lives. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause I'm changing.
A new week heading into Playday number 5. I'm back here with Cthulhu once again. And look, bud, we're getting into the thick of things. We've done a bit of math, done a bit of, problem solving coming in today. There is a lot riding on Playday 5. There's been a lot riding on every other Playday too, but this one is probably the most significant one so far.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, this is where we are going to be seeing possibly the first place completely locked out from any sort of contention, and some sort of closure to bottom end of the leaderboard as well might just end up coming about.
Well, let's have a look at where we ended in Playday 4 last week, leading up to tonight. Of course, the standings as they are. Kraken, we've done the math. If they win tonight, there is only one other team that can contest first place, and it is LFO. Ironically enough, given that Kraken are taking on Circular Spheres tonight, if LFO win, it then comes down to the final Playday where they go head-to-head to see who takes first.
Indeed, yeah, look, plenty of exciting opportunities, but yeah, for LFO, this is going to be a very, very impactful day today, and they will need to make sure that they completely lock down and score that three-pointer for themselves.
And looking at our schedule tonight, of course, the matches that will be played out here in the 5th week of the Oceanic Challenger League Stage 1. Match 1, Antic R6 versus LFO. LFO need to win this one if they want that chance to contest for first. Dynasty taking on 1620 Kings, both teams coming off a rough week 4. Vodafone Warriors versus Altered Zalios, and to close it out, the big match, of course, Circular Spheres taking on Kraken Esports. Now, if Kraken lose that one, it won't just be down to LFO to upset them.
Absolutely, yeah. It pretty much opens wide the whole, almost half of the leaderboard to really be able to take over the whole of the first place. But in the context of just tonight, it won't really matter a whole lot whether Kraken would win or lose, given that they would still stay at the top of the leaderboard. The only difference being is that the whole point disadvantage will shorten from 4 points to just about 1. So plenty of opportunities will be opened up, but again, they would require Kraken to flop like a wet noodle.
Flop like a fish, float like Kraken. We'll have to see whether they can do it. That's at the end of our evening, of course. Up first, it's LFO taking on Antic R6. Two teams, again, we said this was going to be an important week for Antic. It's yet another opportunity to escape the bottom of the leaderboard. For LFO, it's about keeping their promotions dreams alive.
Yeah, look, two almost what feels like polar opposite storylines here between the two rosters. Antic, yeah, look, we've been putting a lot of promise in them comparative to their performance back in Season 3. This Season 1 or Stage 1 of 2022 hasn't been particularly too kind to them at all. I mean, bottom of the leaderboard, only 1 point to their name. They need some sort of drastic change to their playstyle to really find their closure. Whereas on the side of LFO, look, it's a team that still has all the dreams for the promo ready to go. It's just a fair few things do depend quite heavily on the, you could say, on other teams kind of messing up their chances.
And of course, we do welcome Vlad back into the Oceanic Challenger League for LFO. But on your screen, you can see right now, thank you to Circle's Life, our sponsors for the player cams. It is Antic. Look, morale is a little bit rough in the Antic camp at the moment. They have had arguably one of their roughest seasons to date. But they could still get some points on the board, and it all begins here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They could play 110% for the upset. And honestly, this will be one of the more important matches to really play for upset if they do want to do so. And given the fact that it's a 2 points difference between themselves and I believe K16, this will be setting us up with a very interesting storyline where possibly by the conclusion of Stage 1, K16 could be knocked down into the bottom of the leaderboard. Whereas on the side of, LFO, we have the beautiful man himself, Tesla. Just, look, they came in here with basically almost minimal kind of expectations, given how kind of what it looked like a bit of a ragtag team of players. But overall, 7 points so far, and they've been looking rather diligent on the days that they managed to perform.
And they're the newest addition to the LFO roster. He and Tesla, 2/5 of the OG PC 419 roster several years ago, just missing out on qualifying for the Oceanic Nationals. They then moved on to the Warriors, and now they're back. And oh, look at that drifts! Looking to throw some hands before the match even starts.
All right, yeah. Look, I mean, I respect that very almost what's the right word here? Very subtle kind of shade being thrown, a bit of a cheeky banter there, and it shows the intentions for LFO. They want to take down Antic as swiftly as possible without really any sort of problems, any sort of issues, and I mean, what more could you ask for from this roster?
I mean, it's also, you know, this is the beginning of that dream run for Drifts. He was formerly a part of that Kraken roster. If he wins here tonight, they win next week as well, of course. It all comes down to that final play day to see who takes it into the promotion tournament. But look, let's get into this matchup first. It's our map vetoes on your screen in just a second. And look, we've seen a lot in the Oceanic Challenge League so far, but we are going back to basics now. Cthulhu, remember, this is where Stage 3 last year, Antic's then Forsaken 5's magic run began. It was all Oregon. They kicked it off there, and they made a deep run into that stage. Could this be the map to get them back on the board?
Look, quite possibly, albeit we've talked about the Oregon previously, and given that I believe we've seen Antic play Oregon last day, yeah, the last time, or pardon me, week 3, where they played against Altazelius, and albeit that was the one matchup that they did manage to push to the overtime. Apart from that, it was kind of just all over the place. So maybe it will be the map. It certainly is one of their more frequently played map. It's the one that they've had quite a fair bit of success last year, but coming into this one, look, I don't think specifically a map pick will really do precisely that much needed kind of play to get them on board, but it certainly does serve as a nice kind of comfort zone for them, I suppose.
Well, I mean, this amalgamation of LFWO, the former members of Warriors, Altered Zelios, even like, you know, Kinsey coming back into it. They've had a huge amount of success. I've got to be honest, we didn't expect it. And as we get on into Oregon, they could look to keep the pain train rolling. And unfortunately, it might just be Antic tied to the tracks for the remainder of the evening. I mean, what do you think, Cthulhu? What needs to be done here for Antic to take this victory away?
For Antic, they just need to be a little bit more proactive about their opportunities, their abilities of where they swing. An aggressive playstyle that they used to adapt back in last year of OCL could be a great beginning point here for them. And if they can really perform that, if they can push that aggression even on defense, I reckon they could actually do a whole lot of good for themselves. Whereas on the side of LFWO, look, as long as they play their own game, as long as they have the chemistry between each other and they don't turn the whole matchup into a kerfuffle, they certainly should have all the chances really to complete this matchup in the regular set of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, especially we got to watch them play twice last week, and Antic just looking a little bit lost. They are struggling. They can't quite hit the ground with any sort of meaningful intent. And well, we see Thatcher Cade banned out. No real surprise there. Same alongside that, Flores' final defensive ban goes the way of LFWO, and you'd have to imagine it's something like the Valkyrie, like the Mirror, and probably, yeah, more towards the Mirror.
Yeah, look, Mira is one of those, borderline by default kind of bans between herself, Valkyrie, or Cade. At this point, it's just more so kind of min-maxing as to which side do you want to deny as much as possible. But look, yeah, for Antic, Oregon should be still a decently good map where they shouldn't really be a little bit too concerned about, oh, what strat do we call, or what position do we play. This is one of those maps that you've played regardless of what tier of Siege have you experienced, whether it's casual, whether it's ranked, whether it's a low level of comp, whether it's high level of comp. And that's certainly something that will be kind of resting easy on the minds of Antic, albeit again seeing the results that Antic did acquire. I'll say this again, Bear wouldn't have had it.
Not at all. He's, I don't know, we had a chat to him the other day. He's looking to make a bit of a comeback, so that might be on the horizon sooner than we think. But right now we're kicking things off, kitchen and dining. First defense here for LFWO, and you can see the usual suspects already on the board.
Yeah, look, Drift's on, bringing in the alibi. It is kind of surprising that it's Mackenzie that decided to actually take the mantle of Smoke, given that he did have quite a blast over time on alibi last couple games. But certainly quite curious to see how Drift's on really play his position. Apart from that, yeah, look, everything is looking quite good. I like the fact that Vlad is still running the old VQ, aka Vanquish tags. They're one of the rosters that I believe, one of the beginning rosters from almost what feels like back in, oh god, I'm tempted to say 2018, if not 2017 even.
So, the funny thing, we know, you know, Vlad's, he's made his comeback. We know Flux Zeus as well from the original Warriors roster is looking to make a comeback. So we might see a bit of a reunion in the next couple of months of those three joining potential. Hey, who knows what could happen, but love to see Flux back, another New Zealander in the competition. But Wazoo already in deep through showers, might have the pinch onto the player in dining. They don't know that he has taken this much ground. They've completely forsaken that showers hold, and this bodes poorly for LFO. If Wazoo could find a pick here, open the sight, the laser can be seen, and there we go. It's a straight push in, but Tesla, what? Hits the 180 and says, not today, champ.
Absolutely beamed out of existence. Wazoo had the perfect drop there, but unfortunately just couldn't really find the connector on there. Kinsey also pitches in, but finally Tesla does go down to the whole play. Now Mackenzie's position is in a little bit of a trouble, given that he doesn't really have a lot of cover from behind, from below. There's the jump out. No, Kinsey. Oh no, he waffles the shots as well. Oh no. But it's still a 2v2. It's still very workable for LFO. But again, that was such an unfortunate turnout.
It is also diffuser control there for Mackenzie. Did take down Face Cream just outside that small tower window. Here's the rappel up shot. Oh my god, nasty from downtown. That is big damage from the M590, and all of a sudden you question the move from Mackenzie onto this smoke, and it's working in a big way. River has one nano boost to his name. Could keep him in it a little bit longer. It is a 1 versus 2, so this is well and truly doable. Diffuser is going to be secured, and the time will once again start. Well, it wasn't like it stopped ticking away, but it's doable right now. Shotgun shells giving away position. The camera taken out will give away positioning as well. Nano boost still not committed here, Cthulhu, and that could work against River if he's not careful.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that usually when you do get juiced by the nano boost, it does make things a little bit more difficult, as like breathing through the smoke, or you can barely hear a whole lot of things, but it doesn't really hinder River at all. Mackenzie does go down. It's all down to Biggie Vlad to get the play going. Does get spotted by the drone. Oh, the stuck is there, and the LMG from River does find the closure. Finally, Antic do kick things off in their favor.
I think this is the first time this season we've seen them with a round. Actually, no, it's not true. We've seen them with the round lead a few times now, but the opening round is a big one to take away from LFO. Not the greatest of sites to be doing it on, but I mean, we saw a lot of problematic setup there for LFO. The fact that Wazoo was able to get into showers uncontested, almost found that kill onto Tesla. That could have translated into a big push onto the site, and it was just lucky that LFO were able to bring it back as much as they did. Now we go to Dorms, though. We're going back to what is considered the more meta site.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a valiant idea from LFO to go to a tertiary site, try to eliminate that early, and maybe sow some sort of confusion into Antic roster. But it didn't really particularly work out, albeit Wazoo, if he didn't choke his opportunity, that would have been a completely different turnout. Unless, well, maybe later down the line we're going to be seeing some sort of a difference in that turnout. But that props to River for clutching it out. I mean, 4K in the first round, that's one way to really kick things off for the team. Apart from that, for LFO, it seems to be like a rather extensive, well, expansion towards the security room out of all the places, which, I mean, you could play it as a good hunker down position, and you have the whole, you know, the CCTV hatch that you could use to rotate downstairs, but certainly could be isolated pretty quickly if Antic do get a proper read on it. But apart from that, once again, quite a flexible setup, but nobody yet contesting the master bedroom, which is going to be, I believe, the job of Kenzie later down the line, but doesn't look like it. And once again, another one of those big rotation positions that could be abandoned and could be absolutely used and abused by Antic.
Wazoo going for a slightly different approach this time, but it's Kinsey to find the first, and that is River out of the equation very early on. Unfortunate, despite, you know, being able to clutch up the last round, no Finker in the remainder of round 2 could spell a rather tough road for Antic right now, but it's Wazoo on this play through the basement, and Owen as well. They've already walked through, and once again, we are seeing concerning signs from this LFO defense.
Yeah, again, a very important position that has been basically just given away to Antic. Feels like a little bit of a misplay there, but regardless of that, with River out of the equation, that's one of the sets of frag grenades gone, but Wazoo still has the frag grenade, so he could really frag it out and completely throw a spanner in the works there of LFO's setup, but I mean, apart from that, oh my, it just hit me how long of an angle Kinsey's looking to hold. Now that could actually throw a spanner in the works because he has that
Look
kind
at
of safe
that,
ground.
Sky has given us the showcase.
Oi, oi, oi.
Takes the audio cue, absolutely runs it. Love working with Sky. He's very gifted at what he does right now. But Owen, forced out from his shielded trophy by the toxic canister. Wazoo still below. There is 2 in the big tower right now. And that could be a very deadly position for Wazoo to pinch in on. Oh, he's taking Kinsey. That's exactly what you're looking to do. Can he find... Okay. I don't know if that was intentional.
This is good. This is good.
Yeah. I think
because
this
is even though it may have looked accidental, this is a good time to rotate as well, because this worked out perfectly in regards to timing, because Vlad now starts getting well, a little bit confused as to where the push could be coming from. For Wazoo, he's completely on the opposite side. He's about to go push the white stairs, and that means that Tesla will be distracted for a brief moment longer and away from all of this gunfight.
Right now, Tesla want to get aggro on the shield and pops it with an impact, but Owen holds mouse 1, swings with the PDW, and it didn't even get the shield, strangely enough. That's unfortunate, especially with Owen going down. There should be possibility for a reset, but I mean, that could be deadly in its own right, especially if there's some sort of aggro push to come their way. Not to be, not just yet. Face cream, the one tap onto Biggie Vlad. Mackenzie isolated. Shotgun's not going to be good enough against the C7. It's all coming apart. It seems that this Playday 5 is Antic's road to redemption. Trips, how is he alive?
What is happening?
I don't know what the heck that was. Looking for more, can't find it thanks to the cross from Nasty. But Antic, they're making it work.
Oh my, yeah, look. Antic finally seem to have fully woken up, and this is exactly the aggression that I've been talking about. They getting that drone game in, realizing, hey, nobody is yet on this position, let's take it. And utilizing OSA to this extent, I'm absolutely a fan of it. Because for Owen, this means that he can be, at least to a short extent, that one-man army to push up just about enough to contest certain very long-range positions, and with a choice of either the PDW or the 5.56 XI, both of them offer long-range optics, so this is actually finally a very well-organized, very well-grouped up LFO, whilst also having that element of surprise in form of how Wazoo been playing. It's either Iana or the Nook, and with his flanks, look, albeit we're not talking about the conclusion of his gunfights, but he's still been able to do his role perfectly well.
We're seeing elements of, OG, Stage 1 pride from OCL last year with that extension into the big tower for the Storm's hold. It's something that they played a number of times and it worked reasonably well. But to see that included here in 2022 is a very impressive sight. I mean, Antic, they just seem to have the cards in hand.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they will be able to keep up this kind of momentum, because surely by this time LFO are starting to read into kind of the general trend of it all, given that, well, first round Wazoo was just able to walk into the showers and have the almost a drop onto Tesla. This time they managed to, Antic were able to take a very firm control of the trophy. Now it's just a full-blown live drone push with actually, I believe, a 2-man, if not a 3-man roster. So props to Antic. This is so far has been a really good, very well-organized attack from them.
Wazoo does clear the gun, clears the Banshee with the gun 6, but that would reveal his position. The nade as well into the corner of Bunks, not going to quite connect onto it, unfortunately. This hold from Mackenzie and security is going to be incredibly telling if they can find some real damage, especially with Vlad covering top white as well. There are a number of positions here where this Antic attack could be upset.
Absolutely, yeah. Vlad will need to be very cautious about where he plays C4 in. It does connect with River yet again. That is a big opener. Some frag grenades out. The heals are gone. The LMG is gone as well. So this does pose a little bit of a threat to Antic setup, but apart from that, yeah, with Vlad now gone, Wazoo managed to clear out the position on the white stairs, but there is a number of players still on the ground floor ready for the flank.
We are seeing almost a continuation of this worrying trend. Antic take the first 2 rounds of the map, and then from there on out, it just keeps compounding into significant losses. Wazoo trying to find an angle, loses a significant portion of his health, trying to prep a nade, throws it deep, and will find drifts without losing his life either, and that's pretty big. Mackenzie, though, on the flank, coming up from the basement, could find something. Tesla, no! Wazoo for his third of the round as Mackenzie just not anticipating the player prone at the bottom of the stairs. Outside, and the coverage is there from Nasty once again. Antic are dismantling LFO right now. If LFO lose here, Antic will have not only got their first one on the board, but denied any chance of dethroning Kraken.
This will be a rather upsetting turnout for LFO. We've been talking a number of times about how impactful it would be for LFO to win this, but right now Antic, we mentioned this very briefly. This is the matchup for them to play upset, and they are playing it perfectly, almost by the book.
They are here to play Kingmaker. They will guarantee Kraken promotions at the end of the year. Well, no, end of the stage rather. We've changed how things work.
Yeah.
But it's taken them 5 weeks, Cthulhu. They finally got their act into gear. Glad to see it, but look, it's not over yet. They've gotten 3 rounds on the board. Things have not historically gone their way, regardless of how well a half goes. So they need to keep storming through.
Your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Regardless, though, still better late than never for Antic to finally get things sorted. And I mean, a number of teams been, you know, using this as their big talking point on our interviews in between the matches, that this kind of season for a large number of rosters is about finding their stride, finding their chemistry, and the right kind of approach to it all. That's been kind of the main point for K16. That's been the same thing even for LFO, for Dynasty to a certain degree, Warriors as well, even Circular Spheres. So for Antic to finally find that kind of get themselves out of this what feels like mental hiatus, it's good to see them. It's good to see them back, albeit not over yet, but so far so good. I mean, attack has been really well coordinated, including now the introduction of Blitz that has been fully locked in for Wazoo on top of the Finca and the Lion.
Yeah, it's a terrifying prospect, especially on a basement hold. The tree stem, it's going to be a straight push in through. They've taken elbow. Tesla answers back with the kill onto Owen. In fact, they're already on the site. The shot's connecting to Wazoo's shield. Vladdy on the job. The flash whiff is massive, unfortunately. It's going to be a flawless from the looks of it. River, the only chance that Denying can pick himself up, but no. It is the powerhouse of Tlad that closes down the round. Tesla and Vlad have a massive one. And Antic, I mean, you got to question it. Yes, you could go for rush plays, but they did not find a single kill, and they were up 3-0. Could that have thrown their momentum?
I doubt that it did throw their momentum, because it has been kind of ramping up to this, I suppose, round, I suppose, in conclusion also you could call it, because the round before that, round number 3, they did actually go extra hard on the aggression. I mean, you've seen basically in the first, what feels like, 20 seconds, they already went past the showers and started applying pressure onto Zulu, onto the white stairs, and they were all very much stacked up, trying to make sure that any close-by approach will be completely, at least, out-traded. So going into this one, yeah, look, maybe a little bit too overly ambitious, thinking that it'll fall completely down and out.
I'll posit a theory to you, Cthulhu.
Okay.
Antic was so against playing into basement, they did not want to do it so greatly that they just threw the round and locked it for the remainder of the half.
I mean, yeah, that doesn't seem to be too far from, you know, realm of reality. So,
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, that's one way to really do it, to lock it out, and that would be quite the rather big brain play. So, I'm not denying it. Let's just call it that.
Look, if big brain plays. Now you can see, though, this time around, Antic are not going to get the free road straight into dining like they did last time. They've got presence there on the side of LFO. I say that, and Vlad's already relocated. So once again, they've invested in this setup, and there is now no one in showers. It is free real estate if Antic, which they are looking at doing. Wazoo already through Zulu, already looking to get in and do some damage.
No.
He's in security.
Oh.
They have no idea.
Oh my lord, Wazoo so far has been clinical on these just absolutely just rent-free entries into the site. It's
Mackenzie's
actually
setting up for a showers
my
defense,
lord.
not knowing that Wazoo is in security currently.
Oh my god. Wazoo has such a perfect drop that the moment any sort of pressure will start mounting on the actual small tower, he will have borderline free real estate to claim at least 2 frags.
Could you imagine if they'd get it on? Oh, Vlad. Oh, Vlad.
no.
Wazoo! He almost whiffed it, but this time he redeems himself, takes Vlad out of the equation, gonna relocate.
Oh
Yeah, even Vlad's like, I don't know what just happened. Tesla luckily will be on the job to trade back, but it is a trade again. The swing from Mackenzie absolutely slamming Owen, and it's their own setup working against them currently. Kinsey and Drifts with 1:27 to hold on here.
Wazoo's still falling back somewhere downstairs, so he has the opportunity to just basically come out of the freezer stairs and absolutely demolish. Instead, he's actually pushing through the kitchen corridor, so he done a very big sprint around and could actually catch some players off guard. But right now, he needs to start going in for the push. Kinsey already applying the pressure. This is the cue. Wazoo needs to go. Wazoo needs to send it, because with Kinsey down, it's all down to Drift Zone. It's time to just lock it down. And Drift Zone will be pretty much checking each and every corner very frantically.
Antic get themselves another round, a 4-1 half so far with one remaining. And Aleph Woe are undoing themselves here. Their setup is leaving wide gaps. Wazoo, that's the 3rd time he has pushed into the building into a significant position without being scouted.
Look, I mean, that's one way to do it. Antic genuinely taking me by surprise, but it's one of those very pleasant surprises, because finally we are seeing that fight from them. We are seeing that really good coordination from them that
Defenders, protect
is
your
no
bombs
longer
from
being,
defused by
you know,
attackers.
throttled down, choked, and completely lost out. So far, so good. I mean, a 4-1 scoreline already is a very promising scoreline. And if they make it a 5-1, look, yeah, for LFWO, this is possibly going to be a rather quick conclusion for, well, basic chances for this season.
Oh dear. Look, I'm just blown away by the fact that Antic,
seconds remaining.
after 4 weeks of just absolute drudgery, are in with a grin here, up 3 rounds no less. I mean, where was this? The biggest question has to be, where was this Antic week 1, and why has it taken them this long to get on board? Yes, it's great to see them here, but it's too little, too late at this stage.
Yeah. Look, quite the scary prospects here for LFWO. Scary prospects just in general, because that's another contester for that first place. In case Kraken do end up having some sort of a hiccup going, could really fall. Apart from that, look, final round for Antic attack.
I'm reloading.
They are looking to take this once again in a rather
Cthulhu.
confident play.
I only just
Wazoo,
noticed Wazoo's going 1 step further this time around, and if he can get up into
no.
attic,
He
on
actually
the
has the
pinch.
drop as well.
Not only that, but I mean, the positioning is very, very good. They could even look to crack that open, and oh, the player spotted. Up on the hatch, and Drift is going to find face cream, so it is a 1-for-1 trade, but that is your thermite down.
They still have Owen in form of Maverick, so it's not a complete lost cause, but certainly a that needs to be very much sorted out. There goes the mute jammer as well. Is kind of curious. Bit of a calm before the storm. A much more paced down play from Antic, as yeah, given that they did lose the thermite, this is not particularly great, but they still have the soft breaching possibilities as long as they get rid of those setups. There goes the C4. What's happening with Owen?
He's
No
still
way
able
he
to
just flogged the setup.
Surely not. He's not quite there. He's not quite there. He's got a little bit further to go. Yeah, he's not quite got to the point that he needs to. Oh no, maybe he has missed something, unfortunately. And he's out. Oh no, he is out. Yeah, the pig, he knows exactly what he's done. And we head into the final minute of 4 versus 4, and it's going to have to come down to the gunplay. This is not at all the ideal situation, and Gara hook in hand, Wazoo might just send it up into Attic to try and catch something. The stun first, preps himself, and somehow avoids flashing himself to swing, and he does get the kill. It's traded back onto River, but now Wazoo with a vert threat can clear out above. Unfortunately, there is more support, and Mackenzie loses that. All of a sudden, Antic are in charge in large once again. Wazoo low, effectively a 2.1 versus 2. Tesla watching the hatch. Wazoo walking on down. Tesla finished off by Nasty. They know where the last is. They can win this. Kinsey doesn't have the ammo to be contesting. 5 shots to do it, and they've circumvented him entirely. Plant going down, Cthulhu. This is absolutely bleak for LFWO. Pre-fires in. Wazoo wins it for a 4K in the round and a 5-1 half.
So many things utility-wise went wrong there for Antic, and yet they were still able to find that return. Genuinely commendable. Commendable turnout here from Antic. It is looking very clean, solid, and Wazoo, yeah, look, I think finally found his stride after a bit of a choker over the beginning of the season. Man is just doing some good play overall. Now we are seeing the beginning of the defensive half, and well, Face Cream back onto mute. The MP5K god himself is just about to possibly unleash the rest of the team, complementing with quite a great variety, including the newly reworked Goyo that could be used as that kind of initial rush prevention with the with those canisters. Personally, quite a fan of the actual rework, as it does improve the general gameplay for Goyo and does make him a whole lot more flexible in his utility, whilst keeping him very much relevant in the current meta. Look, apart from that, this is a relatively kind of by the book defensive setup with the frag denial, with the drone denial in form of mute, and on top of it all, technically you could say River and Owen playing for the what's it called, the plan denial.
All right, it's going to be interesting. 2 rounds and Antic pick up the win here. I think, yeah, this would be. There's no way it wouldn't be. This is the first chance we get to talk to the Antic team behind after a match and an interview. But let me look at that. Wazoo 10-3 is really stacking up the numbers, using the past losses as motivation. Unfortunately, unfortunately, they do lose Wazoo. They get the kill back, so it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Once again,
trading
that's Maverick.
For Maverick, yeah. This is equally quite damaging utility-wise of a trade, because obviously for Wazoo, he didn't get to use up all of the magnets, but for Tesla, look, this is problematic, because not only this means that, well, for Drift Zone, you kind of have to now make a choice whether you dedicate a whole lot of your utility for the hatches or the actual breach in the bunker elbow, and in saying that, this could really split the whole decision. This could really kind of throw a tantrum, really, or a spanner rather, and a tantrum maybe later down the line for LFWO's attack.
So Cthulhu, we're now in round 7. 5 of said 7 rounds played, LFWO have found the opening kill, and of the rounds where they have found the opening kill, they haven't won a single. Actually, no, sorry, they have won a single round in the round 4, which was that rush on the base. Which, I mean, look, read into it as you will, given the current state of the game. 2 rounds where Antic have found the opening kill, and, well, they've won one of them, so historically this is a good prospect for them. And look at the setup, look at the utility. Antic have a great hold onto this site. They have great utility in denying. And LFWO, they lose one more.
Yeah, one more goes. That's Kinsey, a big performer from back in the previous weeks for LFWO, and yeah, this is looking very bad very quickly. And another one, Mackenzie does actually manage to get a swing, but at a cost of a very large portion of his health pool, and already down like this, it is not looking good, albeit 2v3 well, make it 2v2
Attackers have
is
dropped
very
the
much
bomb.
workable. Make it
A
2v1,
bomb
Nasty
has
on a
been
double.
located.
Vlad is the last man standing before the match point, and in comes the swing. Actually, it's a 1v1. Vlad could still very much do this, has the health to take yet another gunfight. Does hear the footsteps. Can he find the frag, though? That is a whole different thing, as his flashbang does get eaten up by the ADS. No diffuser. Long angle that needs to be played out, and the information is there as he rotates back onto the B side. And as for Nasty, he just plays it very, very careful. He doesn't want to take any sort of gunfights, does reveal his position with a pre-fire. Can he find that frag? In comes the swing. No, loses the initial health. 7 seconds. He does land it. Nasty scores the match point for Antic R6.
A 1v1 and Antic primed. Ready on the precipice of victory here for the first time in 2022 officials, Cthulhu. Who would have thought it took them this long to get here, but when they got here, they would do it in style. And this victory, primed and ready alongside the victory of Kraken later tonight. Not saying it's a done deal, but if Kraken win tonight off the back of this match, they are in promos.
Yep. The big theory that we've been, crafting for a little bit before the actual matchup, certainly, look, doesn't look particularly too promising for LFO. It's been a good kind of season, or rather decently good season for them, but it wasn't the perfect one. I mean, 1 OT loss, 1 regular loss, and 2 regular wins did present them with a 7-pointer. Now it seems like they just might end up being left out on that 7-pointer, and you can see a very large, big sign of concern on all of the LFO players' faces. I mean, Tesla going for a very hearty lecture, I suppose, to the whole of the team. It does certainly point signs at quite a rather big frustration point being boiled down to. Whereas on the side of Antic, look, it's all happy faces. They're finally back into their swing of things, and yeah, look, they managed to finally get that read, finally sort out whatever that was plaguing them on the inside, and finally that renewed roster, albeit maybe a little bit too late to pull the epic grand comeback, but certainly could finally see themselves pulled out of that bottom position on the leaderboard.
Oh boy, look, Cthulhu. I mean, the wild thing is Antic are 1 round away from 7-1-ing. That's right, 7-1-ing LFO right now, who were the follow-up hopefuls for that promotion spot. And I think, honestly, Drifts maybe needs to go change his shirt right now.
Yeah, look, maybe talked a little bit too soon, maybe, with
10 seconds to insertion.
with
At least it was only duct tape, so he could just rip it off if they were.
Yeah, look, maybe you could rip it off and say, "Oh, guys, I'm actually a fan of Antic. I'm actually
Attackers
a
must
Sleeper
locate
agent.
and defuse a bomb.
sleeper agent." Oh, look, wouldn't be surprised with given the turnout that so far has happened. But yeah, look, Antic so far. Maybe you were right, Panda. And the Oregon is finally kind of their comfort zone, coming into the swing of things, finally becoming very much workable here.
Well, round 8 on the cards, and LFO need 5 rounds in a row uninterrupted to get to overtime. And look, I can count on my one hand the matches that I've casted where the teams have been able to pull that off and trade the half 5-1. But Antic right now, they're gearing themselves up for this whole, they're stealing themselves. Wazoo reinforcing off pit, knows that the push is going to be coming through trophy in just a moment. The need to clear out the breach denial there, and unfortunately Owen doesn't have any in reserve, so they will be able to get walking. It's where the rest of this priority comes, and you can already see Vlad on the job looking to open this wall. It seems that, yeah, maybe, just maybe, they will get something open, but it's Wazoo aggressively holding this wall that could upset it.
Yeah, has the prime position to do so, but the moment the frag grenades will start flying in, this is where the problems might start compounding. You want to get rid of this position no matter what. I'm wondering if the drones actually pinged his position, if they actually know about this, because Wazoo currently looking away from this spot. Oddly enough, LFO decided to completely abandon it. Owen, though, from his position, just completely denies it and just absolutely obliterates the opposition River now being hunted, Face Cream out of the equation. It is just a flurry of kills, but as it stands, Antic still are on top with it all.
That's massive stuff, and the Mute Jammer will deny Vlad the drone there. Heading over towards top armory stairs to join up with his former teammate, well, now current teammate as well, mind you. A 4 versus 3. Owen, he's on the hunt. He's not done just yet. This could be absolutely huge.
Oh,
Tesla
my.
falls, and Owen, he's on for the ace currently. Needs 2 more, and he's got it done. You can see LFO absolutely floundering. Mackenzie looking to push up through white. He's been spotted. One more, and Antic bagged their first win of this stage. And this is exactly what you want. The reprieve, the brief moment, the sigh of relief, and the long-range shot to be shut down. Nasty's attempt, not quite good enough. Vlad, he's got more bullets than health to his name currently. What can you do? The swing, the impact. Vlad is lower than he's ever been in his life. And Owen, true to form, on the ground, books Antic their first win.
Oh, finally we do get to see a regular win from Antic, and boy was it all a sight. Oh my lord, just a clinical performance, 7-1. I'll genuinely admit, I was not expecting this kind of confidence from them, but it's darn good to see that they are finally back into the swing of things.
A 7-1 victory over LFO, no less, who were that team that we've been hyping up all night to be the ones to contest Kraken. If Kraken win, that doesn't matter. The dream is over. It is all locked in, and really Kraken can just coast to the closer. But what a matchup. What an effort. Antic coming in and finally getting on the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, well done. Very formidable effort by Antic, finally getting themselves that 3-pointer, certainly making things a whole lot nicer, really, for themselves, finally pushing themselves out of that 8th position, as odd as it sounds, only onto the 7th place, but it is a much needed one.
Indeed it is, and look, you just gotta feel for them, the heartache that they've been feeling weeks 1 through 4. We weren't sure if they were going to be able to pull it out of the bag, but they come in with some urgency. They put on a hell of a show, and they picked themselves up the win. Not just the win, but in regulation time to boot. I mean, LFO, that's got to be soul-crushing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That big opportunity and big chance for the for that first place contention completely now just taken away. And yeah, look, rather unfortunate for them and a heartbreaking defeat, but in saying that, look, I'm happy with the way how things turned out for Antic.
And Cthulhu, it is my absolute pleasure for the first time in 2022 to invite Face Cream from Antic R6 into the interview booth. Look, mate, it was a long time coming. You guys have battled through it. You finally get your first one on the board. And not only that, but you might have just helped Kraken lock in promotions.
Yeah, that probably took a bit longer than a lot of people thought it would, but especially us. But we got there in the end. It's a good game.
Indeed. Look, I have a bit of a question. Panda actually posed that question initially during the actual broadcast with, I believe it was round 4 when it was the laundry defense, and you guys ended up pulling a whole rush with Blitz, with Finka, with Lion. Was it kind of the idea to run it rather quickly to lock out the actual site, or was it more so just your intention of, you know what, let's just keep on having fun?
Yeah, I mean, with the way that we started this season, we've decided just to play the game and enjoy playing with each other. So that was sort of what we did there. We just rolled with the momentum and decided that see if we could catch them off guard with that one. But they played it really well. They just stood back and let us run around inside like a bunch of casual players. So yeah, no, it didn't quite work out. But I said after the round, that's one way to get rid of the basement defense quick. So yeah, we locked them out of that, and then we're pretty confident on the rest of the attacks. So.
unintentional as it was, but it was still quite effective. I mean, look, talk me through the map as a whole. I mean, repeatedly in that first half, Wazoo was getting deep into the building, into key positions. Was that droning, or was that just him being confident enough that he could get in and take key positions?
We get the drone set up initially so it doesn't just walk into someone, but yeah, that map's so big and there's just so many angles with a lot of strats that just aren't thought of, and he just kept picking the ones that they weren't looking at. And Nox just a really annoying attacker to deal with, so yeah, he just found himself he kept crouch walking, I guess, and then eventually most rounds he was just all the way inside.
Look, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the interview booth. It was an absolute pleasure to see you guys pick up your first win. But Face Cream, before we let you head off, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, my boys especially, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves going into this season. We thought it was going to be the big one for us. And yeah, it hasn't quite worked out that way. So just shout out to them for coming out and playing still every week, regardless of the Elves. And then, yeah, this is sort of how we've always wanted to play. It's just a shame it turned up at this part of the season. And also LFO, because I know they've been having lots of troubles, and it's pretty tough to get anything cohesive together when you keep having players in and out. So hats off to them. Hope they keep grinding.
Well,
and
look,
to you guys, thanks.
It's not over. You guys have got a couple of matches left this stage, and then of course we've got the Oceanic Challenger series. So look, we're excited to see if this is what you're bringing later stage. Maybe Oceanic Challenger series. We see some upsets, but look, we'll let you head off. We'll let you enjoy your victory. We'll look forward to seeing you back again next week, Face Cream. It's
Thanks,
been
boys.
an absolute pleasure once again. Cthulhu, what a way to kick off Playday 5. You get to see the redemption arc begin. Antic finally get on the board. They also prime Kraken to take that promotion spot. But does that instill fear into any of Antic's potential future opponents?
Look, honestly, I mean, I'm excited to see what is left there for Antic, because the way how they've played it out, it has been a very, very solid turnout, a very solid workout. I mean, what they have, I believe, still, yeah, they have Dynasty still to play and Circular Spheres, I believe, if my calculations are right. And both of those rosters could actually end up flopping rather heavily once if Antic would start bringing in this kind of ferocity, this kind of play further down the line, especially for a team like Circular Spheres. I mean, tonight we'll get a good closure and a good measure how they fare against one of the larger teams in the competition, that is Kraken. And kind of from there on, I think any further conclusions could be done rather quickly.
Well, that does bring us to the end of match one. A quick succession, actually, mind you. It's probably one of the faster matches we've had this stage, barring one that involves Kraken. But when we come back after the break, Dynasty taking on 1620 Kings. That one is definitely going to be an interesting one as well. So when we come back after the break, we'll jump on into it. We'll see you then. Well, off a heater of a first match here in Playday 5, Cthulhu, it's beginning to feel like maybe there is a bit of upset energy in the air. Going into our next matchup, of course, 1620 Kings find themselves on a similar road to Antic R6. Do you reckon that energy carries over to them?
Look, quite possibly, albeit with K16 it was more so, or rather more visible kind of problems with the roster, with the way how things been going, really, and the way how look, they've performed. It's been a bit of a coin toss, to say at the very least, and especially against a team like Dynasty, it is looking to be a little bit of a bigger kind of, I suppose, experience gap.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, both teams coming off a rather unfortunate week 4, coming into week 5. They are looking to bounce back, and I mean, realistically, given the weaknesses that we've seen in Dynasty and the weaknesses we've shown in K16, both teams have that opportunity to exploit them and pick up a win here. But again, it's a case of you got that veteran status, the age, the wisdom out of Dynasty versus the new young gunners coming out of K16.
Yeah, the thing is though, with K16, it's been kind of a consistent problem with either not having the right amount of coordination between each other, or it almost feels like they may have all the coordination, it's just maybe the comms are getting flooded, or maybe they just getting kind of confused amidst all the chaos that's being generated, or the moment kind of one of their players dies or goes down earlier than expected, kind of the whole plan gets tossed out into the window and they kind of revert back to just the ye old fragging days. And it is one of the problems that Dynasty could really use and abuse once things do get to that. But overall, I mean, on the side of Dynasty, it would very much depend as to who's basically playing tonight. And if it's the core roster with Leb playing, with Spruce playing, with Drex playing, look, this is already looking promising. But if one of those 3 players gets replaced out, a few, question marks start pop up.
Well, I mean, it seems to be the roster that has been presented this evening, so I would imagine that is who we're going to see playing it out. It also could be interesting to determine where we go or not. We're just waiting on a couple of things to fall into place before we carry on. But Cthulhu, I mean, look, I'm so intrigued. Antic pick up their first win now. Does this sort of shake up the rest of the leaderboard too much in terms of how the rest of the stage could play out?
Well, it mainly shook up the fact that, well, for LFWO, they basically, by the conclusion of tonight, could be relegated down to almost 5th, if not 6th positions after the conclusion of the rest of the matches. And for K16, they currently now, with all the updated scoring, are sitting on a bottom of the leaderboard, which is, again, something that they need to start, thinking about that. How do they get out of this position? Because in this kind of form, again, it's kind of one team against slightly more difficult odds with the way how things been going, with the way how scary occasionally Dynasty does look. I think that it will be an uphill battle for K16, but if they've come into tonight kind of fully prepared and ready, and fully concentrated, I reckon they could really pull out some really solid wins here.
Well, let's take a bit of a deeper dive into the 2 teams that'll be taking to the battlefield next, of course. Dynasty versus 1620 Kings. Now, Dynasty, look, they've had the good and the bad so far this stage. Unfortunately for 1620 Kings, they've only really had the bad. But, I mean, they knew that coming into this year with this new roster. It was going to be a rebuilding stage. It's really a case of they have started from the bottom and now they're building up. And, I mean, even with the losses they've suffered, the signs are promising.
Oh yeah, signs are promising, as a matter of fact, for both of the rosters. On the side of Dynasty, we do have Zethi, Spruce, Drex, Cyro, and Leb, so that kind of the veteran trio is back into the play. On the side of 1620 Kings, Chef Jeff, Machine Tester, Lonely, and KJ Assassin. So the initially proposed kind of core roster of K16 is back into the swing of things. Tester is back, which does instill quite some promise on the end of K16. For Dynasty, though, look, yeah, they came off a rather upsetting loss, but it was against Kraken, meaning they finally got away and all done and dusted with, the main big boss of OCL, and now looking to kind of instill their own kind of playstyle. And funnily enough, between themselves and Warriors, these 2 are the only 2 teams that had just 2 clean either regular win or regular losses, no OTs whatsoever. So curious how will they be able to perform here. On the side of K16, it's a roster that, again, on paper, looked good, looked promising. Certain new introductions like Machine has been good. KJ yet to still show off his whole big potential, given that he has that one. And
obviously, Tester also just waking up for a nap is not
Tester
necessarily
just
happening. But, I mean, you look at the cams that we have from Dynasty. Smiles, laughs going on. Spruce, Drex, and Leb all looking like they're having a grand old time coming to the matchup today. So, I mean, you'd have to imagine there's some confidence coming into it. Whereas K16, this is probably one of the biggest opponents they've versed in the last, 8 to 12 months. But Cthulhu, that's all irrelevant. It doesn't matter who you're versing. It's where you're going, of course. And obviously, Map Veto's coming up here in just a moment. We've had Oregon once today. Do we go there again? And well, Cthulhu, we're going 2 for 2.
Well, back to basics, it seems. Once again, good ground for a team like K16 to return back to basics, make sure that they iron out their performance, and go on further down the line from there on out. Not a bad map per se. I'll say that it's one of those that could certainly make quite a big impact, more so in favor of K16 rather than Dynasty. But on the side of Dynasty, they're a team that also seen Oregon for pretty much on all sorts of competitions, ranging from almost, I believe, nearly APAC South, Nationals, and now, well, Challenger League as well on top of it all. So plenty of opportunities, plenty of variants of the defense as well have been witnessed. So theoretically, Dynasty should have a rather decent read on what's the go, but I suppose we'll have to see how will K16 adapt to it all.
As we carry on through the fly-through of Oregon, far out, it looks like a beautiful place until the players get in and start blowing walls open. Right now, though, this is a turning point in the season, potentially for K16, riding that upset momentum from match 1 today. Can they carry it on? Can they pick up some of that energy for themselves? We're getting into the op vetoes, of course. We saw Flores, Thatcher, Cade, and Mira last map. Do you reckon we go the same direction in this one?
I think at least in a similar direction we could easily go. Flores is still one of those operators that is extremely powerful, and obviously he is straight off the bat gone and out. And look, I mean, not surprised at all. Flores does pose quite a large threat to the general kind of population of the utility of the defense. So with him out of the equation, I would assume something across the lines of either maybe a Thatcher, maybe a Habana could be gone and out. But, well, I say that it's Thatcher once again. So Dynasty sticking to rather regular kind of picks, which, I mean, not too bad.
Operator for operator so far. Cade would have to be the follow-up, but no Miro. So we're still 3 from 3. Just the order that has changed slightly, and it's up to 16-20 Kings to see if we do get the full repeat with the Cade being taken out as well. You'd have to imagine that it would be the Cade. It's probably the smartest.
Well, actually, it could be either Valkyrie as well. Could be the Valkyrie.
You're
and
right.
Yeah.
3/4 is not bad, but Cade left in the pool means that those hatches are the responsibility whoever is picking up the mantle of Maverick on the side of Dynasty.
Yeah, that was the next kind of point that I was about to talk about. Yeah, with Cade now being left out, that so is Maverick. So not the worst case scenario, but yeah, it does put a little bit more pressure onto the Maverick player of either one of the teams. Straight off the bat, Maverick is being picked by Spruce. I'm assuming we might be actually seeing something like a secondary hard breach to be attacker repicked once we do go into the drone phase. But on the side of the defense, I'm a little bit curious about what would Thorn really do here, because you have, well, Thorn could be, I suppose she's being picked instead of maybe a Melusi. Maybe it's more so like a comfort pick for Lonely, because whilst with Melusi at least you have to either pay some sort of attention to that Banshee, and you can't really quickly run away from it. And if you do start kind of trying to push through, you end up 90% of the time get shot at. With the Razor Bloom, you just can kind of peek in, activate it, run away, and call it a day. So it feels a little bit weird to see it played without kind of any sort of trap operator in tandem with her. But supposedly we'll see how will Lonely really play out his position out here. But the rest of K16 lineup is looking pretty solid. I mean, you have the push denial, the breach denial, well, technically breach denial, or post-breach play, plant denial, and as well as that, the 2 operators for the projectile denial. So, all in all, well-organized play. And, well, I've talked about that Dynasty might want to look into a secondary hard breach, but none of that. Actually, Spruce is the only sole person to play in the Maverick, and no secondary hard breach devices are even being brought on board, so Dynasty might be reverting to just the idea of, you know what, let's just go frag out and then do our job from there on out.
It might, yeah, just be that hard punch straight onto sight to try and get control of it. Syro, position in 90, just past that Showers hallway position on the drone, should spot out Lonely there as well. So they know that there is one. I think they may have just missed out on that information about Tester being below the site as well. Syro with the nade, bounces it, unfortunately just a bit too deep. It won't connect onto Lonely, who is sitting lovely and healthy for the moment. In fact, he drops down into the basement as well, so relocating towards Freezer Stairs.
Yeah, much better setup for now, as Tester is still roaming around the kitchen area. Has got the Aruni gate on top of it as well, so could still very much work it out. The Razor Bloom is there. In comes the double swing, possible, but it's a frag grenade onto Testa as well, whilst Machine is actually doing quite a number of frags as well, with Syra and Leb out of the equation.
They've just punched straight in through that double window. They're on the site looking for the plant now with Zethi covering. Pings there. Unfortunately, Chef, he's just too experienced with the SAS operators. Drex covers. Takes out the player rotating in from below. And it is a 2 versus 2. Machine shut down as Drex bags a triple. And it is now on to the captain of this team, Chef Jeff, on the smoke to try and clutch up 29 seconds. It's shotgun in hand. This could be big. That's one. He might have just been able to find a way to deny. Does he know where the remaining player is? Drex does have the nade, and it is trying to be baited out. This could be big if they miss the opportunity, but no! Drex with the bank off the wall. 4-piece for himself and a round win for Dynasty. Massive stuff.
Perfect grenade there. I was initially about to say that is not possibly going to reach it, but look at this man, absolutely just unfazed by that. As I said, look, it's all good, I got it, I got the play, I got the win, and there it is. There's the rare smile from Drex as well. But okay, a solid start for Dynasty, albeit had the ground to just go absolutely sideways, and something that they probably would have wanted to avoid from the get-go, but alas, here we are. The 1620 Kings though, look, again, I'm feeling a little bit skeptical towards the pick of the Razor Bloom, given that the only thing so far, or rather the only thing that Thorn in general has kind of brought out is just an extra ballistic shield, which I feel like quite a number of other operators could do that plus some extra. Certainly feels a little bit odd with the way how the pace been going down for K16. It's back again to that almost uncertainty.
5 seconds left.
And certainly something that I would be definitely inquiring with Chef Jeff later down the line as to what is the actual
I think
idea behind that.
It's similar to a proximity alarm. So
Yeah, but
to shoot it out, even if you don't shoot it out, if it goes off, that's audio info that you've got to play around. So I mean, it's not the most effective. And sometimes you will, yes, catch an operator who is not quite paying attention, steps back into the explosive radius and will die. But you're right, I do agree with you. There's probably better options in the pool at the moment. Even something like an alibi would be a good fit, I think, especially on this Dorm's defense. But I think, again, maybe it does play into the gun choice as well a little bit.
Yeah. Wouldn't put it past that it does play into the gun choice quite heavily. I mean, well, you have the 50 cal Uzi. Well, technically it's a 50 cal Uzi plus a CZ75. Quite a good combination of the primary and secondary. So not the worst loadout at all. Where meanwhile we do have Chef Jeff just dodging bullets by.
Is he going to do it? Yeah, he is. He's going to stick it. He's going to get the he's going to get the reinforce, and Leb's going to spot it out too. Chef Jeff, man, has cojones.
He has the cojones to do it, and will do it in style. Not a bad decision once again. Syro now. But there's still some presence up at the Freezer Stairs. Won't really be doing a whole lot of work just yet. But once again, a little bit more of a pace down play from Dynasty, as they just trying to be a little bit extra thorough, fully acknowledging that there is presence downstairs. And that pre-fire was just absolutely deadly, which did leave Lonely on rather a minuscule amount of HP. Testa has the possibility of just shutting down. Unfortunately, looks away at the worst possible moment to go down.
Siege timing at its finest, but this time they're not going to be able to jump in through that double window. Machine covering denies them that chance. The Dynasty still have a little bit of work to do to clear out these remaining players of 1620 Kings. You can see all players, the call has been made back to site, hunkered down. And that could prove problematic, especially given that Jeff on the toxic canisters was highly effective, almost clutching it up himself.
It'll be rather difficult. In comes the Razor Bloom, but that gets shot out mid-activation, which does still pose like a good sign as to where the push might be coming from. Zethi with a blind could so a little bit more chaos. Knows about one of the players present on the site. And it is down to Syro and the rest of the team to actually make that push and entry. Oh, nearly gets caught off by the Razor Bloom, but once again, a little bit too long on that activation. The utility is, and in comes Drex's swing on the window. That could be the big cutoff point.
Zethi shut down by Machine, but Syro Prime top white. Lonely's there, but cannot win the follow-up gunfight. It's on to Jeff and KJ. They pull it out with the help of Machine, who falls, but the shotgun in hand. Jeff rarely misses those opportunities and will pull the round back for K16.
All right, well, a much better turnout here for K16 as they managed to read it and isolate each one of the gunfights, and it does feel a little bit inconsistent from Dynasty, and even it seems like it confused Chef Jeff a little bit as he just shrugs away as to, well, what exactly was their play there? What was the idea behind their play? Because the E1D lined up, the positioning was there, just maybe Zethi was a little bit too out in the open, maybe a little bit too keen to jump in there, which forced his kind of untimely demise for Dynasty in general. But on the side of 1620 Kings, all went according to plan. Finally, the top floor site worked in their favor, albeit with certain growing pains. And we do see the introduction of Melusi plus the Cade as well for KJ and Testa, which could mean that, well, we are looking to play a little bit more of a slower, a little bit more turtle-like play with certain presence in the meeting room as well, given KJ's reinforcements up there. I'm perfectly happy with this with the setup, albeit it has a very big potential of having 2 to 3 players being completely isolated and disconnected from the rest of the site, which could pose a threat later in the later stages of the round.
Interesting approach there, the barricade and then the relocate, but it also the full opening of the hip height. Okay, K16 are doing something a bit spicy here. They do unfortunately miss out on the Twitch drone, but they've opened almost entire foot. Oh my god, Drex, look at the damage he's doing to the utility setup. I'm pretty sure he got almost all of the ADSs off, plus a little bit extra.
Gathering intel.
Deadly on that Twitch Drex. Making sure that he isolates all of the position makes it so good. With Testa gone from that roam, it is once again beginning to compounding some more problems for K16. You can already see the shuffle starting to happen with all the players starting to rotate around. Chef Jeff about to be droned out by Zethi with Drex right behind that drone. And yeah, that slight chaotic nature of those positionings for K16 means a plethora of problems as the opener is there. In comes the Gon 6 and in comes the action.
Shots through the barricade, but Jeff there with the shotgun decides better of it for now, knowing that he doesn't necessarily have the support that he needs. The shield intact for now, and he does move up aggressively, pulls back having been spotted on the drone. Still has the toxic canisters in play, and Zethi, I mean, if he can find the right angle for that nade, he will be able to clear out Jeff. And Jeff has a response of his own. He does escape for now. And Jeff is just going to keep getting aggro on the angle.
Yeah, impossible to force out of that spot. Almost like a roach, just unable to go down without a fight, without any sort of possibilities of making this as annoying as possible. Oh, nearly catches actually a flick onto Drex, but the F2 deals a substantial amount of damage, meaning, oh, yeah, there goes the death.
He did almost catch a shot. He got a shot off on the Drex's shoulder. But Spruce in, shut down by a machine. That at the same time, Lonely was down to that engagement. KJ to elbow finds Drex, but Drex wins out big as he finds the follow-up kill to Jeff as well. And it's on to Machine, spots the side of Leb, but unfortunately not connecting the shots the way he needs to, and it's Zethi crouching on into the site to find the closer. Dynasty, their first approach to basement looking very clean.
Clean performance indeed. Very clinical, very well coordinated as well. Plus, on top of it all, it was a really well coordinated and very confident a set of swings from Dynasty. So, good job as it stands, 2-1 scoreline. For 1620 Kings, though, they're not content with that. They got completely isolated from a very large chunk of the utility. I mean, with the Drex being able to deny all of those Jaeger ADSs, this does pose a very large threat as to, well, how did they allow that to really happen? So maybe an introduction of Mozzie could be a much better choice later down the line, but as it stands, no drone denial means free roam once again. And Dynasty been able to use that to their advantage very thoroughly. I mean, you look throughout that whole round, drones almost non-stop been gathering the information, rotating around, just distracting a number of players. I mean, even with Chef Jeff as well, every time he would swing, there would be at least one of the drones that would already be gathering the information and giving all the knowledge to either Drex or Zethi on the swing as to what needs to be done, when is the timing, and how to do that timing, technically.
Well, speaking of info, it's not going to be the Twitch again for Drex. He's opted into the Lion instead. KJ trying to prep himself with the Artilla Claw. Does just get the edge of that hatch inside the site as well, which means that unless someone gets in, there is no way to open that hatch at all. Interestingly, given that there's no Maverick in play. But, I mean, Cthulhu, Dynasty have done nothing if not prove that they don't need to open hatches or walls to get into a site and win it.
Absolutely, yeah. Very much, almost tempted to say a very rudimentary kind of push from them, but it worked out perfectly for them. They knew exactly what to play, where to play, and how to play it, and that kind of understanding is absolutely crucial to their kind of playstyle. A very paced, aggressive gameplay shows quite a great sign of promise, but Testa's position here, as if it's, yeah, I was about to say, if it's not been drawn out, could be deadly, but the moment Iana Clone came in, it was already looking rather deadly. And now, finally knowing that that complete position has been vacated, the whole of ground floor has been forfeited into the hands of Dynasty. So for K16, once again, back to a very limited amount of space to move around and to shuffle around, meaning a much higher potential to be locked out.
Well, puts that extra onus on K16 to clutch up here, which, look, they've done before. We've seen that time and time again. The Jeff running out of bunker, looking to get aggressive. This time round, he does have more utility in support. No Twitch to deny it this time round, of course. But you see Dynasty, they're priming themselves to put this push down into Laundry. Zethi, I don't know what that was the damage-wise. I think it may have been... No, I don't. It wasn't a breaching charge or anything, but either way, it was big damage. Cyro with the nade to find Testa. Exactly what they're looking for. They find these openings into the side, and the player behind the shield from long range goes down is Cyro. Having done the majority of the legwork in this round, finding 3, looking for more. The ping's through. He does get a 4th. He's on for the ace, but Leb, worst teammate in the game, denies him the opportunity, but it is still a flawless Dynasty. They've given 16 their one. Not good to be repeated.
Clean turnout. Yeah, look, Dynasty much more decisive here compared to what we were expecting from the initial first matchup, but regardless of that, still putting quite a show, quite a performance, something that is very much noteworthy the way how they've been performing. 3-1 scoreline on the attack, once again showing that it has been so far a very attacker dominant venture, albeit it is backed by a very great heap of confidence and calmness in the mind. So Dynasty seems like the last week's loss didn't really particularly faze them. The borderline, they kind of almost acknowledged that kind of thing and said, well, yep, moving on. And so they did move on. I mean, so far it's been a great performance. Interestingly enough, actually, Leb will be now taking the reins off the Twitch, which means we back to being rather well, it's back to being a very frustrating gameplay for 1620 Kings, dealing with Twitch, and on top of it all, the sheer abundance of the explosive utility plus the hard
to
breach.
locate a bomb and defuse it.
Now they're handing over the ace to Zethi as well, and Spruce on the Maverick. So they are bringing a little bit more in terms of that breach potential, but it's that Twitch and Spruce. Spruce has a drone onto the feet of Machine right now, and I think Machine has gathered that he is not this unknown quantity that he imagined he was, and yeah. Spruce's drone has been spotted. I can't say, you know, he didn't quite clear it out. He's whiffed his opportunity there, and that's big information still available for Dynasty. They know that Big Tower has been forsaken.
Yeah. Machine's position now being very thoroughly revealed. I mean, just a simple push, crouch walk through the kitchen into the meeting hall, and a nade from there could be the end of Machine, but that is a bit of a far-fetched play. As it stands, Dynasty going for a relatively standard push so far, applying just an extra bit of pressure towards the, towards the side, and that is another 80 has gone. Leb still has one more, but that is already another point of contention that has been softened up to the point where the moment the frag grenades will be starting to fly in, this is where you need to dip out and run as far away as possible, maybe even hide behind one of the ballistic shields if there's any more set up, and there is certainly just outside of Kid's bedroom. So, funnily enough, Chef Jeff keeps on contesting his position, but whilst being droned out by 2 drones, and this means that, well, the main amount of hope and promise is being diverted onto KJ, albeit his position now also been droned out.
He almost loses his head there. They drift across the window. The drone's there to spot him. They know exactly where he is and the pings to come through. They should just be able to find a pixel in a moment. The toes, maybe. The ankles. KJ answers back and says, not today, champ. Almost finds himself Leb as well. Keeps himself alive, holding Armory for dear life, and the pre-fires through the wall. Drex will finally finish him off, but look at the health damage he did with Jeff aggroing up through Walker. That is big damage. Dynasty have now suffered, all focused on clearing out Armory.
Yeah, good hold by K16. Being able to still make the best of their situation after losing KJ, and he drained a lot of time. I mean, having 3 different players focused on just his position was almost, it felt like a godsend. Now they just need to make sure that they don't flog out the rest of the round, and it certainly doesn't look like that is going to be the actual case. Albeit Chef Jeff does go down rather quickly with still the LMG prepped and ready by Drex.
Unfortunately, the nano boost coming in too little, too late. 2 players on the angle, but Lonely wins it. It's down to Leb, and Machine finds him. 1620 Kings with the Dorm's defense. It's been an absolute mess up here, but they are up 2-1 now.
Oh, managing to make it work so far. Rather looks promising with how this whole matchup has been going, albeit on the defense. Look, still quite a number of questions have kind of went unanswered. Round 6 though, we are going to go down to meeting hall and kitchen. Now this is the side that could go really either way, and it will very much depend on how will the top floor contention will be managed by 1620 Kings. And important to see if any sort of aggressive play will be conducted by Dynasty, as I would imagine that them trying to ignore the top floor presence will be almost treated as a deadly-like, albeit only a single side will really need to be taken, given that only 2 points of rotations are there between the 2 sides. So the moment you lock out one of those, it should be a relatively easy time to get into those comfortable positions for the attack to start playing around. So we'll have to wait and see. Just a couple of seconds remaining. And Panda, do you reckon we are going to be seeing K16 finally equalize the round count, or will Dynasty, do you reckon, will close it out 4-2?
I think the scales have just still tipped that little bit more to the side of Dynasty. They, on the whole, have just had the better grasp on these rounds. Even when they're playing from a deficit, they seem to know exactly what they should be doing in those situations, and it hasn't necessarily played out that way, but they seem to have the idea. At the moment, it's also that kill disparity as well. I mean, look at Dynasty. You've got multiple members finding kills on the side of K16. You got Jeff and Machine doing up the largest portion of the work. Outside of those two, there are 4 kills for the rest of K16 collectively.
That's a very good point. Yeah, look, been a little bit of a quieter game, especially for a player like Testa, the person who used to be a very big, very crucial part of 1620 Kings back in the previous iterations. The man who was always on the front line, always ready to take some early engagements and being that big aggressor. Fortunately, so far has taken a bit of a step back with the way how it's been performed, but apart from that, not much conclusion could really be found. I suppose once we do get to the defense of Dynasty, maybe then we could get some sort of conclusion for 1620 Kings. On the side of Dynasty so far, the only thing that has been really slowing them down is those EMPs from the bulletproof cameras, which could provide to be rather problematic. And Drex's position here, yeah, look, could have been rather deadly.
Made deep towards Pit, but unfortunately the magnet there to capture it before it can do any significant damage. And Machine wants to aggro up just a little bit. We also got to see Machine on the bulletproof camera, one of the rare uses of its newest attribute, that being, of course, the EMP charge that it can shoot. Disabled a drone and used it to get the drone for himself. Testa finally on the board. Straight execute headshot onto Zethi. But the crazy thing here at Cthulhu is they have an opening into meeting. There is only one player resisting. Machine was above, but he's not there for the moment. Spruce, he's looking for the plant. Cheeky little attempt. Lev onto Jeff means that there is now little to no plant denial whatsoever. And they are just going to sneak it out. 2 quick kills for K16, though, mean that this is not much more doable. Syro misses the opportunity onto the player in Kitchen. Lonely ducks under the shots and finds the kill. It's now on to Drex, but Cthulhu, he hasn't reloaded. He's only got 47 rounds to make this one happen. He's got a nade. The shot's onto Lonely. Finish him off. The long arm not even needed as KJ absolutely slams Drex out. And K16, there you go. You have your answer. They will equal the half.
Yeah, post-plant play by K16 certainly worked out for them really well. And yeah, look, the tertiary site finally worked in their favor, meaning that, well, we are going to be returning back to an even Steven ground, a much closer matchup than I initially expected, but a very welcoming kind of sight, especially given the fact that for K16 has been a little bit of a kind of back and forth play. But oddly enough, actually, it is them who are calling the tactical timeout going into the beginning of the second half, and it's a good point to really call it at, given, look, they are switching to the attack. It is time for them to kind of reset themselves, especially given that look, certain things could have really gone wrong there for K16, especially post-plant. Not a whole lot of time would have been there as well in their hands, so point of frustration could be there, and certainly a point of discussion to really talk about, especially for Chef Jeff and co.
Well, look at him. Not too fast, but I think that's just the general attitude of the 1620 Kings. Basically, every round victory they get is a boon. If they can pick up a map win off the back of it, even better right now. So I think they're going to be absolutely stoked with the situation they find themselves in. 3-3.5 with Dynasty. But, I mean, we're going into the defense now for Dynasty, who, I mean, look, for the Oceanic Challenger League for the last 12 months, it has been a case of defense is the side to play for. So K16, they're going to need to bring something big out in the attack.
Absolutely. And maybe, yeah, you are correct. That possibly is just more so an idea of just boys don't get too excited. Let's keep it snappy as we did so far. On the side of Dynasty, though, a few points of concern could still be addressed. I mean, so far, all of the needed breaches were done, all of the utility setups were there. It's just amidst all of that, Dynasty been kind of going for very basic kind of clear out, only what is necessary for them to open up for the actual entry onto the site, and no further expansion, which kind of played almost perfectly well for K16's setup. I mean, the kitchen was never really properly contested. The main hall never really contested, no flank whatsoever, and it kind of resulted in the fact that in an attempt to stack as many players as possible right onto site, they all kind of just got overwhelmed by the sheer amount of angles that K16 set themselves up with, especially in the meeting room and, well, later down the line as well, the kitchen. So still a few very interesting situations that unraveled. Curious though, how will Dynasty really perform on the defense, given that it could be the one for them to be the finally the one to grant them the closure to the game in their favor.
Well, I mean, the wild thing is, Cthulhu, if Dynasty win this, 16-20 Kings end the night in last place. Obviously, Antic picking up the 3 points pushes them to 4 in total. K16 are currently on 3, which, look, if they win it, if they do go to overtime and still lose, they steal that 7th place away once again due to the head-to-head. But right now, if Dynasty win this in regulation or at all, I mean, yeah, it's just in regulation, K16 will be the new bottom of the leaderboard team, which is the last thing they want.
Indeed, they will be. Quite a frustrating result of it all. But with Machine getting the better of Zephy, that is the mute out of the equation, plus the C4 gone, Cyro does manage to get some sort of a return on the investment, and yeah, Machine won't be for long around there, as Machine is, even himself is quite surprised about the outcome of that gunfight. But well, regardless of that, 4 versus 4 is in play. Look, I think more so here that trade was more favoring the defense, given that, well, on the side of defense it's only the C4 and the guns, whereas on the side of attack that's the heals, that's the frag grenades, that's the LMG. Given the current LMG meta, would have been rather beneficial for once the gunfights do start going down. And as it stands, Dynasty starting to make those rotations. Drex has a perfect spot, should at least have a decent inkling about that. It is going to be only a sole presence of KJ and then Chef Jeff, so a flank around will be absolutely perfect. But Chef Jeff himself has got such a perfect position to really play around, with Dynasty being completely clueless.
Attackers have located
They're
a
so
bomb.
hard focused. They think they've got this clear, but if a late round pinch comes through, Drex could well and truly deny every attempt at this push on the site. But Jeff, he's got a great position. They don't know he's this deep in. There's limited utility in terms of null. In fact, it's almost a full Forsaken of the site. And the skeleton key for Jeff drops Spruce. Cyro there to take KJ out. Now Drex on the pinch. This could be absolutely huge. I don't think Jeff knows that he is in danger currently. They're there as well. Tester on the plant. They've jumped themselves in, looking to make this site. There's the coverage from top white. They're out, and unfortunately, the 2v3 going in favor of 16-20 Kings. Drex here. Jeff has some inkling that there is players behind him, and Cyro in the walk-in closet. The skeleton key is in hand. The pre-fire from Drex is going to give away the game. Jeff rotates around, and there you go. Drex falls to the secondary. And unfortunately, so does Cyro as well. This is why Chef Jeff, the Bishop of Boomstick, is a connoisseur of the shotgun.
Oh my lord, doing absolute wonders there, Chef Jeff. Seemingly back into the swing of things. A very promising start, I have to say, and a really good one to kick off the attack with. Albeit again, not a whole lot of, flank watch or flank cover, and given that there was no real indication that there is bound to be a flank, I gotta say K16 done a decently good job, although quite a number of openers were off the back of Chef Jeff's skeleton key, which is probably the most amusing part of that whole grandeur. But for Dynasty, a little bit of a problem, really, given that defense, it is one of those sites that is rather important to take that control off rather early, and to be able to score some early points. But look, nothing is yet lost. They have decided to return to downstairs site to maybe hope for and just a slightly better change of pace. Okay, 16.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, decent read introducing the Hibana on top of the Maverick. Main question here for them is going to be how effective will be their top-down clear, because that is going to be very much necessary given the capabilities of Dynasty players.
Well, the Mozzie in that shows that Dynasty obviously a little bit concerned given the information that is being found here by the 16-20 Kings. But I mean, information wasn't necessarily the biggest issue they had. Jeff just walking through attic, through pit, into kids, winning out shotgun v shotgun. And that is truly unfortunate for Dynasty at this point. But 1620 Kings in the best spot they've been in a while in the Oceanic Challenger League. They've got the tools to get themselves in. It's really going to come down to just how well they execute down onto this basement. And Jeff already, big tower stairs, wanting to get in and get aggressive. Cyro, though, this offsite roamer could be a huge upset factor. Here's the drone, knows that one's close, but that will give his position away.
With his position being now noticed, maybe the idea of needing to clear out of that position is going to be very much needed. Now starting to move slowly towards Lonely's position could be quite problematic, given that the drone is yet to spot. So Lonely will be completely unaware of the presence of Mozzie, which means that one singular careless swing will pretty much be the end of it, and the drone will continue to not really relay the needed information about the presence upstairs. For Shevchev, though, maybe he will be the big, angle checker as KJ starts working on his own position. But this is going to be where the big momentum swing could come about. If Cyro does get the better of one of the attackers, if not two, then this could be Dynasty's round to win.
1620 Kings, though, heading to the final minute, still have 7 drones among them. So they can get a huge amount of info. And oh my lord, Cyro just styled on there. The lifeline from below and the skeleton key from Chef. That's his 3rd skeleton key kill now in this matchup alone.
4th.
And we head to the final 40. 1620 Kings. 4th, of course. Yes, 4th.
But yeah, look, 1620 Kings might just be able to pull a big collapse. Chef, yeah, look, a little bit of an ambitious swing there. Needs to really start pacing up, because with this kind of swing and this kind of capabilities of Zethi Machine, he had a big impactful position. Those tower stairs were extremely important to really play around, and with Zethi's position still not being pressured from either one of the positions, finally isolated though by Chef Jeff. This is good, but 10 seconds remaining. This is all or nothing.
KJ's in the site deep, looking for anything just to pick a solitary player to shut down. He's found by Drex, who rotates in behind. It's a toxic canister to upset Drex for 2. And the other 2 veterans of the team, Spruce and Leb, bagged themselves 1 each. They absolutely fumbled the bag there. Did not work to sight whatsoever, and just handed that round win to Dynasty.
A little bit confused as to how come did KJ not even bother to look at the position of the elbow, given that that's where the smoke canisters were flying from. But alas, it did result in his and the rest of the team's unfortunate demise. Too little of a time was left in the hands of K16 to make any sort of tangible play, and well, reverting back to just full-on chaotic crush didn't really particularly help them. Now, going into round number 9, it's still either of the parties' game. Both teams could really score themselves that 3-pointer, or better yet, push this into an OT and maybe settle on, 1 point for one team and 2 points for the other. But either way, K16 will want themselves at least an overtime win to keep themselves currently floating above Antic Esports.
10 seconds.
That's the dream. That's the dream. But Dynasty,
5 seconds remaining.
look, they equalise, of course, and they are definitely going to have something to say about K16 looking to equalise. And Drax, he's been a little bit quieter here in the second half. Not quite the runaway performance that we saw out of him on the attack, but he's still there, still getting numbers, still leading the kill score. Only just the best in the server at the moment, and that's by 2 deaths alongside Chef Jeff.
Yeah, Chef Jeff so far has been having quite a solid performance. Not much can be said about a number of other players from K16, which is rather unfortunate and quite a... I hate to say that it's a disappointing, but a rather unfortunate result from Machine so far, given that he has been that one of the big pickups to be that very, very aggressive, very up in the enemy's faces fragger. But for him being caught out in the literally out in the open certainly felt rather odd. But new round, new game, or rather, well, new matchup, I suppose. And push towards the trophy is a little bit throttled down because of a singular new jammer.
Sometimes that is all it takes to, you know, slow down a push. And Lev looking for something with a nitro. No one there to receive it, unfortunately, as they have all rotated through towards Armory. Tester in, KJ in. And this could be huge if they find the angle onto Leb. They're looking for it. KJ burns the wall. Leb now knows that he is in imminent danger. But the call, is he going to aggro up? He thought about it for a moment. And he's going to go for the reattempt. Decides better of it. Finds Machine out on the balcony. Drex there for one as well. And all of a sudden, the momentum shift is significant.
Not the result that you would want to see with KJ gone as well. It is just all falling apart for 1620 Kings. Seeming to be completely caught off guard there. It is just a complete flog down there. At least Testa is able to pitch it on this whole dilemma, but again, already the damage has been dealt through and through. 4v2, 45 seconds remaining, and both of the attacking players have been very much disconnected from one another. So, well, basically a miracle would be required for K16 to score themselves a point, although Lonely does have the element of surprise, but with Flashbang coming in, the vertical play from below, all the chances have been all but exhausted.
Well, Dynasty, they push one further, one away from that point, and you got to wonder, have K16 got what it takes to push it further, still take us to overtime or full regulation at the minimum? Dynasty looking good on their defense. They tighten things up after that rough attacking half. We now head down to meeting and kitchen, and I mean, just Drex and Leb's impact on this map alone is huge.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Drex and Leb, arguably one of the quality additions to the Dynasty roster, has so far been doing just some solid performance. On top of it all, Cyro as well been pitching in rather frequently to the overall team effort, which has been a good point to really make worth. We usually, you know, highlight Spruce, we highlight Leb, we highlight Drex. Not a whole lot of credit has yet been given to Cyro, and well, I think it's about time, given that, well, he, from the get-go, from the day one, has been performing his end of the bargain. It's just the rest of the team, unfortunately, we're having a little bit of a, you know, a shuffle, a little bit of a, maybe a bit of a rust coming off it.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 1620 Kings. I mean, I think this is going to be that quintessential round. If 1620 Kings drop this one, it would likely spell the end of the map. If they win it, Dynasty may not just be able to close it out yet. But I mean, just Drex and the impact that he's having on this map. He's consistently finding 1s, 2s, 3s, even that 4 to open up this entire map. And 1620 Kings they just don't feel like they have the tools to combat it.
Yeah, they have those interesting kind of bursts of performance that they were able to, you know, gauge. But yeah, again, dictating offense has been a rather difficult aspect, and Cyro proves that very thing. Machine, what, third round in a row now, completely being negated, taking out, and pretty much shut down at the very intro of his push into the actual building, which makes a number of problems for 1620 Kings, losing out the big fragger. For Dynasty though, look, they're just about to be on the precipice possibly of a match point. Unless something goes severely wrong for them, they might just be able to bring this back. Minute 45 to go. C4 has just been extinguished, although no target has connected with it.
I mean, even if it doesn't connect, though, from Drex, it's enough to deter Test. You can see the hesitation, but KJ,
oh my,
lovely little nade banked off into pit and finds the kill onto him. So to fall avenged, having killed Machine earlier in the round, and the positioning now is starting to accelerate just that little bit for K16, but they're limited in their hard reach. It's down to Tester to do what he can. Leb found by Jeff once again. 3 versus 4, but they know Zethi's up here as well. There is a mute jammer. The stun deep should be able to catch some information off him.
Ooh.
And there we go. KJ, they pinch in, they team up. But now it's down to Drex and Spruce, the OGs of this roster.
Absolutely, yeah. Have all the positions, well, at least the health. No more for Spruce, as he got found mid that rotation. And yeah, look, it's all down to Drex to try to perform. He did manage to have a decent fair few rounds, but in a 1v4, it could prove to be a little bit too difficult to isolate. So for 1620 Kings, after losing Machine initially, the rest of the team was able to pull up rather greatly. Certainly now with a very brief area for walking around, Drex might be posed with a number of problems.
Oh, that's massive. That's the plant of it, unfortunately. Jeff covering the vert. Oh, that could have been a very close run thing. Drex had all the positioning that he needed to upset the entire remainder of that round, but was just not accounting for one thing. The captain of 1620 Kings, the Chef Jeff, the Bishop of Boomstick, the Maestro of the M590 himself, and, well, the Slaughterer with the Skeleton Key.
Yeah, look, Chef Jeff and Skeleton Key so far have been a rather deadly combo, given the sheer fire rate of the shotgun, the capabilities that Oregon in general presents itself with. That it's a dangerous combo for this map. This does, though, keep us on a very even ground between Dynasty and 1620 Kings. One would be rather curious as to what particularly is happening to Dynasty, given you've seen them on rather more unconventional maps like Skyscraper. They could do a really decent job. But the moment it comes down to back to more conventional maps, this is where they start falling through. Maybe it's the playstyle difference between the two rosters. Maybe it's the fact that Dynasty players, at least the majority of them, are still very much accustomed to a bit more maybe organized venture into the match. Whichever part it is, it certainly poses quite a problematic turnout so far.
No, I mean, look, organized, yes. The O. C stands for chaos. It is the Organized Chaos League, unfortunately. It just tends to be how this league plays out more often than not. And you can see Dynasty looking to get a little bit more aggressive here onto K16. The drone in the small tower is going to spot one. But if you notice, Cyro and Leb have a bit of a crossfire from Dining and Shower's hallway. They could look to pinch in on and find some kills.
Absolutely. Oh. The way how things have been going, main gonna take out here is going to be keeping Drex open for as many possibilities as possible. Obviously, the rest of the team has been pitching in quite well, but you look at this skill, or not skill, the kill difference between Drex and the rest of his roster. It is quite a noticeable one at it. So, saying that, we could be seeing a pretty big turnaround as Lonely does get the better of Drex. That is a big fragger gone and out. Cyro, though, does able to slow things down with Chef Jeff gone. That's your big leadership person, leadership figure out of the equation. Machine now will need to take those strides, given that he had a rather unfortunate turnout for the past couple rounds.
I mean, it's the discussion we've had previously, Cthulhu. Does, an IGL going down first strengthen them or weaken a team, given that the IGL can just sit there flicking drones, flicking players, and make those calls from the back line? I mean, I know people have made the argument that that does make, old Super a better IGL, but right now it's going to be the true question of whether or not it makes Jeff better. Machine finding that kill onto Cyro puts the player advantage squarely in the court of 1620 Kings, but you look at it again. They've got the players to hold on in this defense. Spruce and Elbow backs against the wall. Zethi and Leb, great guns as well to hold off. And this push, unfortunately, for Zethi and Leb, they just line up perfectly for Machine. Spruce now has to clutch up, and he's going to absolutely slam Lonely. Needs more. Can he do it? No, he can't. 1620 Kings onto map point here, Cthulhu. That, or we head to overtime after the next.
Oh, my lord. A little bit of a scary position here for Dynasty, given that, finally Machine is awakened. And it seems like the objective is rather clear here for 1620 Kings. Get rid of Drex in the early stages, and, well, the rest of the Dynasty may fall, and this does open a kind of a ground for confidence for maybe even Machine, given that finally he was able to unleash the LMG comparative to the previous rounds before that. So, well, now being on match point, Dynasty still have full chance and full possibility to bring this back, push this into OT, and deny 1620 Kings that fabled three-pointer, which would be making quite a upsetting turnout, because if 1620 Kings right now accumulate themselves a three-pointer, this puts them into what later down the line will be a three-way tiebreaker between themselves, Dynasty, and Warriors. That competition for the fourth place.
10 seconds left.
Well, 1620 Kings minimum have escaped bottom of the leaderboard at least.
5
They win on the
seconds
head-to-head, even if they lose here in overtime, they win. Well, and if we do go to overtime, obviously, there's still a chance they close it out in regulation. But 1620 Kings no longer bottom of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, Antic's journey away from that point on the scoreboard was short-lived. They are back there once again. But Dynasty, bit of an upset, and that upset juice, we wondered if the upset energy from match one would continue, and it looks like it is. Drex absolutely slammed by the Machine.
Oh my lord. Finally, Machine is awakened. He did manage to, though, get that good timing as well into Drex, which will be rather a tilting moment. Curious if this could be converted any further into further momentum, because, I mean, even players like KJ, who I was a little bit skeptical initially, finally managed to find some really good impactful frags for the rest of K16, though. They are continuing their march, what almost feels like. Although, Lonely nearly lost his life there on that swing from Spruce.
Well, unfortunately, the air jab not going to impact that fight whatsoever, and I think it may have been dealt with. But Jeff, on the window repel into kids' dorms, takes out your hard side anchor and Cthulhu. 3 more kills. 1620 Kings will bag themselves yet another win here in stage 1. Spruce, unfortunately, relegated to cam duty alongside Drex. It's Leb, Zethi, and Syro now to try and hold on. Syro there looking to get aggressive onto the breach and big tower. But there is support. It's not just KJ alone. Tester, if he gets the info, well, unfortunately, Syro gives away the game. They know he's there. And Tester is going to drop Syro. It's coming apart for Dynasty.
Oh, no. With Syro gone, I mean, he could still be picked back up, but this is looking very problematic. KJ finds the finisher. That's 1v4. It's all down to Lib. This is looking like it's about to fall apart, and so much ground being given away that it's borderline impossible to really find anything. Look at the sheer problems just keeping him away from that doorway for as long as needed.
Nitro Cell deep in the side. He's not going to find much of anything other than clearing that shield. He walks on into Dorm's main, but the time is ticking away, and it's KJ and K16 to pick up the victory. Upsets keep rolling in Playday 5.
The Playday of the underdogs, it seems, finally coming to fruition. Who would have thought that it would come down to this kind of turnout? For K16, though, a three-pointer is absolutely what they needed to finally propel themselves higher on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, that means, though, for Antic, they are back to the bottom of the leaderboard, but they will be still celebrating this absolutely phenomenal victory that they had. But for Dynasty, oh man, that is an upset and a half.
I mean, truly unfortunate, and I mean, it is going to relegate Dynasty's remaining stage to just prep work and, well, getting geared up for stage 2. Unfortunately, it all but locks things out in the top of the table as well. Who would have thought, Cthulhu, given how competitive the first couple of weeks of play were, that we'd almost have everything set in stone by week 5?
Yeah, well, look, definitely not something that I expected it to come down to week 5 out of all of the times, but certainly a good turnout, and it is quite interesting that basically for Kraken, as long as they just continue their play, it's, well, they're locked in for the OCN promo relos, which means that, well, now comes the question that maybe their attention might start getting diverted between, you know, OCL and prepping for OCN plays, and, well,
I mean, honestly, for the majority of the OCL at the moment, their focus is going to be that Oceanic Championship series coming up in the next couple of months, because unfortunately, there only being one promotion spot, it's kind of unfortunate to find themselves in the position they're in. But I mean, K16, they picked up one win earlier in the stage. They've been on struggle street since then, and they've come out big with a massive victory over Dynasty on Oregon, no less. and led majorly by Chef Jeff himself.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Chef Jeff did a solid job, whether it was defense or offense, and finding the ability to still being able to propel the team despite some of the early initial unfortunate losses is a very formidable feat that he was able to perform.
Well, we have the man himself, the Bishop of Boomstick, the head of the Church of the M590, and the savant of the Skeleton Key shotgun, Chef Jeff.
Hello.
You pulled it out of the bag in Playday 5. Another upset for this evening. You take down Dynasty. I mean, how does it feel?
Well, it's been a long time since we've had a win, and yeah, I was like hearing what you guys were saying earlier, and we have been on struggle street. We're trying to find what works best for us. Everyone's trying to find, I guess, what roles work best, and I mean, I've after our loss to, I think, Altered Zelios, I picked up the role of IGL, and then we had some role changes. I went to hard support, tried that. In the end, I think what worked best for us was getting Tester on that hard support. It enabled him to be a lot more vocal in the round, and it helped me a lot. So now that we have two people talking, we got a lot of things working, and it feels really good to get a win today.
Look, yeah, run us through the matchup kind of at the halfway point, because you guys managed to have a pretty solidly organized halftime, and then comes in the tactical pause. What was kind of the talking point for you guys?
Before the game, Salvo said at the half, take a tack and reset. We were down 3-1, and when we brought that back to 3-3, I think that was what brought us the game, because we know for us that we are a lot stronger on our attacks than our defenses at the moment. So we took the 3-3 half, said this is good for us. We can definitely get a lot more wins on our attacks, and we had that 4-2 attack half, and it worked well.
And look, I hate to be the one to point it out to you, Jeff. You're playing Buck wrong. The Skeleton Key is a gadget, not a primary weapon. But I mean, look, talk us through that attacking half. You guys looked insanely coordinated. You were hitting your shots. You were finding your marks. Was there anything that really halted the progress that you were making through the building?
I mean, there were like the two rounds that we lost came down to us kind of slowing down a bit. And I think it got to one of our attacks after we slowed down, and Tester just kind of was like, can we just stop slowing down and start speeding it up? So we did. I got picked off a few times because of that, but I think generally it gave us the right momentum. Machine was hitting some sharp shots today. Tester was really like, I think the round where Machine popped off and got like that 3 or 4K, Tester said it like a minute. It's like, yeah, just go for it, walk at them. And it worked. I think that it just came to moving quickly, and the obstacles weren't really there.
I mean, look, it was an impressive victory for you guys. It was such a great pleasure to cast as well. But Jeff, before we let you head off, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Shout out to the developers for making Buck Skeleton Key an actual feasible gun to use. It is a gun, not a gadget. And no, in all seriousness, shout out to the K16 org. Love those guys. They're great supporters of us, even when we're going down. The team for keeping the mental strong, and even after we have a rough week of practice and we don't really know what we're doing, we're still keeping our heads high and recovering. And of course, shout out to Jacko, who unfortunately I don't think will be playing LPL Pro tomorrow because he did something to his hand. But you know, it's what it is.
Love it. Yeah, absolutely love it. Unfortunately, look, he was very vocal in chat cheering you guys on, so he's going to be cheerleader for tomorrow. Look, Jeff, it's always a pleasure having you in the interview booth. We look forward to
Thank you very much
next week. All the best. Enjoy your victory with the boys. Cthulhu,
bye-bye.
Halfway through the evening, and we're 2 for 2 in upset matches so far. Antic and K16 buck the trend. And look, the question on everyone's lips, for everyone watching, do you think this will continue?
Oh, look, this has full potential for that. I'd say if I was a Kraken fan or a Kraken player, I would be slightly concerned. But given the fact that the track record for Kraken has been so far very, very dominant through and through, even when we were saying that this is going to be the absolutely nail-biter match, they end up coming out with a 7-1 victory. So it's hard to gauge, especially with the fact that Spheres had a bit of a, kind of a coin toss performance, especially against a team like Dynasty. Suppose we'll have to see how will they perform and what map will be the pick.
Well, look, so far it has been a series of upsets, and well, the trend may not continue here. When we come back after the break, we will see if this upset trend continues. We'll be back soon. See you then.
The waves of the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, no, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure. The waves of the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high.
Coming off the back of 2 upset matches in a row. We'll see if there is potentially a third on the horizon. Cthulhu, we come back from the break and jump straight on into Altered Zelios versus the Warriors. I mean, look, at this point, you'd have to argue that it's Warriors that are the underdogs here.
Look, yeah, we obviously been painting quite an interesting picture, yeah, for Warriors as well for Altered Zelios. But yeah, look, Altered Zelios had a pretty decent run overall. Warriors still attempting to kind of find their what almost feels like identity, given that it almost feels, well, not almost, it is a full-blown rehash of the roster. What initially started off during the rehash and the off-season as the big dogs, now Warriors with the roster that it was. Look, as long as they can find that leadership figure, that spine in their performance, they can be a really scary roster.
It hasn't quite hit the mark, and obviously Warriors again coming off a bit of a rough week last week. Altered Zelios, even despite the losses that they have been suffering though, have looked insanely good. Rice really stepping up this year, being an absolute powerhouse for the team, hitting some nutty shots to boot. I mean, he lost that match the other week with, what, 17 frags to his name?
Yeah, something across those lines. Yeah, look, a very strong, powerful player to really grace us with his presence, and honestly, look, could do a whole lot of good for Altered Zelios. On the side of just in general, Altered Zelios, their whole approach has been extremely powerful. I mean, you talk about the fact that they just in here playing for fun and trying to just enjoy their time, enjoy the, you know, the officials. On the side of Warriors, it's their attempt to finally build that team to push for the top positions, and that contrast in almost the need to be on top versus just a need to generally just play makes Altered Zelios a rather dangerous opponent no matter what.
Well, I mean, the Warriors org, you'd have to imagine kicking themselves a little bit given, you know, the current status of their former team, which is, what, 3rd place at the stage. But going into this matchup, of course, Cthulhu, let's head to the map vetoes and see where it will be played out, whether or not there is potential for an upset to come through all the way through. Oregon almost made it in, but we are thankful that it did not. We head to Chalet instead.
Yeah, Chalet being a map that does definitely make vertical gameplay a whole lot more different comparative to a map like Oregon. It is much more about how many scary angles you can find versus the necessary angles that you need to open up on Oregon. So it does introduce quite a fair bit of flexibility, albeit during the OCL we haven't really seen a whole lot of deviation from the usual formula. You have, say, if it's upstairs defense, you have mezzanine presence, you have library presence, the rest of the defense kind of just sprinkled all around the site. And I think this is what we might end up seeing here, albeit curious how will Warriors really perform here against Altazellius, given that it's a much more evenly matched matchup.
Well, the sun in the sky, Oregon's harsh here. Things cool down just a little bit going into map 3 of the evening. Cthulhu, we jump into Chalet. Altazellius will kick things off on the defense. Warriors have the attack, and on a map that tends to favor the attacker side of play, does that bode well for Altazellius in the second half?
It could bode well, quite possibly. For Altazellius, they would want to obviously ramp up their own momentum as quickly as possible, and defense should really provide that. Once again, we do see Thatcher in the SAS bench warmer at this point now out of the equation, meaning that, well, it's back to pretty much the usual kind of programming with Flores gone. Yeah, so far we are heading for just about the same. Yeah, the same picks. Valkyrie and Mira is probably going to be the defensive bands, given, again, the gravity that those two operators do bring into the play. It's either that or the Cade. Well, drum roll, it is going to be Valkyrie, in fact. So, apart from that, really, I don't see a whole lot of big deviation. Both rosters so far, the only thing that we've seen kind of being experimented is the way, how quickly can they make it over to the actual site. So, wouldn't be too surprised if we are going to be seeing something very much by the book played from both sides of the matchup. And for Warriors, the main question for them is, have they found that coordination and level-headedness in them?
Well, Flores, Thatcher, and Mira 100% ban rate here in Playday 5, and Valkyrie currently hitting the 50% mark. We go to kitchen dining first, which is another change up, bucking of the trend at the moment.
Attackers need to locate
Warriors,
and defuse as many
this gives them the opportunity to get extra information and change up those operator lineups and culture. We see how Twitch can be a massive pick already tonight. That could be the same again.
In the right hands, Twitch is a very annoying, very frustrating operator to deal with. Not only the drone can be basically the bane of the existence of any electrical utility, on top of it all, the F2 is a phenomenal gun with the absolutely scary damage output. So certainly Culture could do a lot of, could have done rather, a lot of good, given that the man decided to switch off from Twitch over to Sledge. So we're getting, almost feels like back to basics. So he's doing worse, trying to ventilate all of the utility by the usual conventional methods of just throw something at it and it finally will explode.
Well, we kick things off here at round 1. The cap cannon play, which I'm sure you're absolutely stoked about, Cthulhu. Which unfortunately, to kick this round off, it's tripping to fall through a drone hole, no less. Taken out by Culture at long range, and Skiv, yeah, just a little bit confused, just sitting there, wondering what the heck just happened. He's got his Nitro Cell primed and ready. Bot going to jump the drone and will spot his position. Skiv failing to clear it out means that he is now a known entity.
Yeah, Skiv could be in a whole lot of problems already. Frag grenade starting to fly in. No damage whatsoever to Bop either. Frag grenade the second comes in. Flash is there. No, unfortunately, Shant will be only able to blind himself. But for Skiv, I mean, it's admirable that the gamer just decides to hold on to his position for as long as he did. Shant, though, does manage to shut him down. So just like that, very, very confident, very solid frags as it stands, as Banana tries to play some rather cheeky plays with the suppressed SMG, but unfortunately just maybe the sensitivity is not turned up high enough to be able to control that recoil.
He's still got a pocket mute jammer in play, strangely enough, which is not something you traditionally see. There's even a pocket EDD in play for Snip. There is utility remaining. The swing from Bop is going to shut him down, so that EDD will not at all get utilized, but it's Rice to find the first kill onto the Warriors here in round 1. Removing Schmidt, removing the nano boost is a big play, but Can they keep the train rolling and find more?
Exactly that. With Jordo now attempting to apply some more pressure, he could find a really nice angle onto either Banana or Rice, and certainly he will be a lot of damage dealt with no ability to reheal. Means for Shant, free real estate, 1v4, and a lot of angles to talk about for Rice as he does find his own gunfight, does get the down, and actually, nearly able to deny, but has actually the key upper Rhino, but that unfortunately does not connect as the final shot ring out for his demise.
Almost the clutch play. Unfortunately, not enough bullets in the mag to make it happen. But, I mean, the retake, the solid effort from Rice, who we did highlight earlier in this matchup. He's been standing out. He's been stepping up. It has just been improvement upon improvement for Altered Zelios as a roster. They're going to double down, though, Cthulhu. They're going to head back to dining, but they're going to bring something a little bit different and play.
Yeah, slightly different play with the introduction of Thunderbird for kitchen dining. Certainly a good addition, given that that was a big talking point for the last round. That could make a whole lot of good there for Snip. Plus, I mean, the Spear 308 is a solid gun. Bearing 9 on top of it all is a good secondary if you are able to control. Impacts are there for the rotation, so a very versatile kit for Snip to either be an anchor or a roamer. On the side of the rest of the roster, though, not a whole lot of changes, as the other one being that Skiv has decided to opt into an ADS, being rather sick of being just spammed with grenades and flashbangs. Really doesn't want that happening to him, at least for a brief moment longer. And as it stands, look, I mean, Altadel is very sound decisions in the changes to their lineup, certainly making things a little bit more... It's the right way to call it. A little bit more workable, a little bit more promising.
Oh, the cam info looking for what they can. You can see the extension all the way over to gaming. They want to get up in the faces of the Warriors, which I think was a large problem that we saw in that last round. It was pseudo-aggression. They were trying to get up in the faces, but it was some positions that were quite easily contestable from the Warriors. This time around, you can see the approach is slightly different from Altadelios.
Certainly so. So did the approach from Warriors really change as well? Seeing as it's a bit more pace down, now we have some mezzanine balcony congestion on top of that push, but thankfully for Schmid, he was able to keep on chugging on and keep on pushing on in hopes of finding some more problems, some more setups, and for Rice, this sound of LMG rings out a whole lot more problems as another pre-fire comes about and Schmid through the wall gets the better of him. I'm assuming as well the pings were starting to come about, and certainly there were the drones providing the information. Culture now pre-aiming the position at the spa should be able to pick up yet another frag as well, what I'm assuming is Snip.
I think it might actually be tripping. Yeah, I'm right. There we go. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just here to make loud noises. But in saying that, they did find the kill onto Jordan, and that is a decent portion of the utility clear. And if Trippin and Skiv potentially can find a pick or two, it would definitely damage the approach to the site right now. Schmidt pushing down Fireplace, wants to try and clear out some bases, basement presence, or at least scout it out if it's there. Culture forced off the angle. Doesn't want to get caught hanging around too long. The frag grenades had played. Ooh, that was a dangerous one. If they'd held it a little bit longer, Culture could have been in trouble. But not to be. They clear out the utility, and the wall will be opened up.
Indeed, it will be, with already Chaos about to erupt 3v4, with Skiv getting the better of Culture. This does make the ground for the play a little bit more volatile for NZW, since they do want to obviously find a little bit more coordination between themselves, but the vertical gameplay now being completely forfeited means that just far too many angles to really worry about, and this could be rather problematic as Schmidt does go down.
Nice try, buddy. The battle of the healers down towards the basement stairs. Unfortunately for Trippin, though, Bopt is going to catch him looking the wrong way entirely. But at the situation, you're in a 3 versus 2, and you are the team with the health advantage, given that this Kona station's in play. A nice deep nade will find Banana. All of a sudden, that advantage is completely nullified. Stuns deep in towards West Main. Bot's going to push on through into the side, but shot down as Skiv falls. Banana watches on as the rest of the team clutches up for him. Not the ideal result for him, but at least Altered Zelios pick up the round.
Indeed. they will be. So Altadelia is back into the swing of things. Not the best, not the worst turnout, but certainly it was looking rather scrappy there, I have to admit. Altadelia could still be able to bring this back. Now, obviously, quite a number of those performances will very much rely on the success factor of the defense and them being able to hold on to this kind of point. For Warriors, though, certainly we'll have to say that the Twitch would be a very good boon if they do end up sticking around for it. But knowing Culture, he has been rather frequently bringing out the sledge, so that could be something that they would be doing in the near future. And as it stands, yeah, there we go. They think a switch comes about. Quite a substantial change, actually. Introducing as well the KB for Schmidt, pardon me, now a Jackal. Either way, Roam Clear is being introduced. It certainly seems like Warriors are trying to kind of on the go remedy the issues that have been plaguing them for the past couple of rounds, and mainly that is being just locking out from the opportunities the roamers and locking in the rest of the defenders back on the site.
Well, Bar Gaming, we're going back to what is considered the primary site for the majority of teams. Snip looking to get a bit aggressive from the master bedroom, unfortunately. In fact, there's multiple spawn peaks in play. Altadelios want to take the fight to the Warriors, but not to be at the moment, as you can see. They're all spawning, trying to get down into this basement, get up fireplace stairs, potentially start contesting stock if they can. But it's not the most efficient opening of that snowmobile wall.
Yeah, not at all. Not the best kind of opener, with Trippin as well playing the Oryx as well. He has a great amount of mobility in his hands, but one would hope that he would be able to utilize it to the absolute maximum. Apart from that, a very scarce kind of push from Warriors, hoping to kind of find each one of their own avenues, with Shant actually attempting to help the Iana of Bopt. Could make things a whole lot more easier. Oh, Snip nearly catches them on that play.
Well, the vert angle could have been big there. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite pay out. But you look at the positioning of the Warriors already. They are just gauging the response here. And what a nade from Shant.
Oh
Banana again, unfortunately, fell for the third round in a row. And that is your hard anchor onto the site, caught out from a nade through the drone hole.
With that, Altadelius already ridden off the smoke player, and the plant denial will be making things a little bit more dicey. Will need to be a whole lot more hands-on. Snip down, but not out just yet, hiding behind one of the pedestals in the library, trying to find some sort of a safe ground for him to be revived later down the line, as the cross is looking to be attempted by Trippin, although with the 1.5 times scope, he has the capabilities for a long-range engagement and has a little bit more of a different idea, but the plant is starting to go down all of a sudden.
The coverage not quite there, and Skiv takes down the planter and the cover, and it's all coming apart here. 2 quick kills back, and a third to follow for the Warriors will finally shut the round out, but Cthulhu, that was dangerous territory. No response to the nice Skiv pushing in.
Yeah, look, scary moment there for Warriors for a brief moment, but still was able to find some clarity, some solution there, and that is exactly what was needed. The rest, whilst yes, the plans now was in full effect, the rest of the team of Altadelius kind of all fell apart, which doesn't really instill a whole lot of promise in what has been happening and what might be coming soon. So yeah, look, Altadelius kind of almost feel like a bit of a fall from grace, but in saying that, Warriors so far been doing a pretty diligent job at just making sure that they are continuing very consistently at it. And even, you know, to date back to the interview that we just had with Chef Jeff as well, that quick, aggressive momentum from the attack is what is needed. It is what's necessary, at least in the current swing of things and the way how OCL so far been playing out. And exactly that has been very thoroughly exercised by Warriors.
Well, we're going to see the retempt once again.
10 seconds left.
Banana not having the ideal matchup for an anchor,
5 seconds
especially as a
remaining.
smoke main. It's not the result at all you want to be having. 0-3 for the moment.
Attackers are
The
heading out
rounds
to
that
defuse a
the
bomb.
deaths that he's had so far in these rounds have been truly unlucky.
Yeah, quite unfortunate turnout for the man, but maybe later down the line we could be seeing some miracles to be whipped out from him. Gotta though say, Skiv and Snip been doing a really great amount of job. Unfortunately for Rice, I think the aim juice has been a little bit on the drained end of things, as Skiv looking to actually get pre-fired there. Might have quite a dangerous gunfight on his hands.
Oh, and he absolutely obliterates Shot with the headshot there and gets confirmation of the diffuser's position. One more, he's going to relocate himself to blue, but just a little bit slow on the Warriors' uptake there. Bot had the opportunity. Back was fully turned there from Skiv, but not to be. Trippin and Jordo go toe-to-toe as Jordo gets himself out of danger. Or Trippin might just jump down below him. Skiv as well, still playing on the library stairs. If he has the info, he could shut down Jordo as well. Yeah, shots coming through. Skiv knows.
Attackers
So we'll feed that
recovered
info to the rest of the team. Trippin, if he decides to get involved and help out, could be a huge upset factor. The pre-fire not quite good enough there as the shots raining out once again. This is a very tenuous position for the Warriors to be trying to force.
Absolutely. Warriors seem to be a little bit stumped after losing Chomp, meaning that, well, that's your heart breacher gone and out. Now you have to be a little bit more careful about how you push, where you push. Schmidt trying to utilize this 417 DMR. Can't really find his own gunfight, but thankfully Jordo does get the better of Trippin. There goes Snip as well. So, well, whilst it was a bumpy road, Warriors seem to have managed to remedy their losses.
I mean, this is the longest Banana survived in a round, and unfortunately Rice trying to get aggressive is shut down immediately. Banana and Skiv to hold it back. The top and tail of the kill leaderboard for the team. Skiv can't find Bot from long range and leaves it down to Banana. Doesn't know there's two to the left, and Schmidt with the one tap to the dome. The Warriors will bag themselves a third, and they take a very convincing lead to kick the half off.
Well, so a little bit of a kerfuffle there. Halfway down the line, they managed to really bring it back. 3-1 scoreline. Certainly tells the story of Altazillis not really being too much of a problem for Warriors to deal with, and so far so good, but still got 2 more rounds to play it out in the first half, so Altazillis still have all the ground to retake this, but it needs to be 2 rounds in a row of just pure domination, and so far the general performance hasn't been really instilling a lot of promise there, but one would be quite keen to see if that's the kind of play that could be done. Apart from that, look, Warriors, we've been kind of a little bit, or rather I've been a little bit of a skeptic when it came down to some of the operators' plays, but I mean, it works out. They still managed to play in a very confident and a very comfortable manner, so if it works, I suppose.
Indeed. But I mean, like, we did kind of expect Altazillis to come into this matchup just a little bit more favoured given their recent successes compared to the Warriors, but right now, Warriors, they've come in with a game plan today, and we might just see that continued trend of the upset, which does not bode amazingly well for Kraken at the end of the day, which is the last thing they want in this situation. A flawless season would be absolutely massive for them. But here in round 5, we go back to the kitchen and dining. We have yet to touch office and master bedroom.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Panda. Usually what is considered to be one of the main sites to be played completely has been negated through and through by Altazillis, which feels like a rather odd decision here, but regardless of that, there's a number of other things that they need to be worrying about, namely not losing out too early their players, because with Snip gone, that's a very flexible loadout completely out of the equation. And the coat hanger and on the run out, Skiv looking to try to do the very same thing, possibly could die at the very spot where his teammate gone, but was a bit more lucky than Snip.
Looking a little bit lost in the sauce right now. Altazillis potentially coming in this matchup a little bit underprepared. Trippin, very lucky to get out of dodge. But with Schmidt, confirming that information on the positioning, knows that he can start to threaten towards West Main. Culture there as well, over towards Trophy. So you can see the Warriors well and truly positioned for this push through the north side of the map.
Absolutely.
Odd choice. Gone 6, so broken barricade. But what ifs?
Interesting. But regardless. The plant is starting to go down already, and this is exactly the time for the frag. Bob! Double kill for him right on those head beam pop-ups. Leaves Altadell's completely flustered. They completely did not expect it, and that walking onto the side pretty much concludes that whole round, as both Trippin and Rice I found right on the trophy stairs.
Stuns galore going towards the Solarium stairs, locked them out of position. Trippin has to find something. He's not going to find much of anything other than a white screen again. Both players locked out of this position. They can't quite seem to figure out what they want to do. They missed a kill. Long range Culture shot at, but they were just allowed to walk onto the side and take it. Bot not even going to go down. Shot there to cover him. Trippin finally on the board with the kill on to Smith, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't count for much because the plant is already deep enough that they cannot win this round. It's a consolation prize. And the time will tick away. Cthulhu 4-1-1/2 so far with 1 round remaining.
Oh. Seems the underdog day is certainly upon us, Pando, given the general outcome so far. I mean, Warriors finally looking very much in control of their play, finally taking control of their, well, technically could say that, destiny. Looking to score themselves that 3-pointer, which, funnily enough, will propel them right above Circular Spheres until the beginning of the matchup. And it once again tells the story of how volatile in general the leaderboard has been throughout the whole of stage 1 so far.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Right now, we are going to see the Banana Special come on through, the Echo in hand with the Supernova to boot. But I mean, the situation, we go into Office Master Bedroom in the final round of the half for the first time. They also bring out the Mozzie for Rice, who is having a rather quiet night. Everything, it feels 2 steps behind what the Warriors are bringing.
Yeah. Almost kind of feels like we've kind of taken a step back from that, what almost felt like a ranked approach to certain plays by Warriors, and
5 seconds to insertion.
it seems like the effort that has been put in by Boff
Attackers
and
must
the rest of
locate
the
and defuse
team
the bomb.
behind the scenes has certainly started to bring in the actual results. Interesting decision by Rice to bring in the suppressed commando, but we'll touch up on that a little bit later. But yeah, look, Warriors, we've been talking about the fact that they had a problem with what almost felt like an identity crisis. That seems to be almost negated now.
Yeah, they definitely seem to have ironed out a lot of those kinks, and they've figured out what the game plan is for the most part. Also helps a little bit that Altered Zelios don't quite look as clean as they have in previous weeks. They're going to get themselves in already. We see Library being taken and the aggression being shown towards Mezzanine as well. Snip wants to get a bit aggressive. You got Rice down below as well, who could hold Library stairs quite convincingly, but for the most part, the entire body of Altered Zelios' hold is either on or below the site.
Yeah, and that read has been a rather consistent thing to really pop up as well. The moment Warriors realize that it's very much off-site, they just drone it out, scout it out, and then make those plays happen. Rice, distracted by that hatch, will now have to watch out essentially for yet another angle that he could be pushed from, and it's a little bit of a, well, expendable position, trying to make the best of it, but just the timing was not in his favor. Jordo gets the better of him, which does make things even now scarier for Warriors, as the possibility of a 5-1 scoreline by the conclusion of the first half does not really instill a lot of promise.
Yeah, well, he was on drone the entire time he was in bar, so they knew he was there. The Nitro Cell, unfortunately, wasn't going to achieve much other than opening that wall at back stock. Just look at the positioning, look at the play from the Warriors. It's coordinated. Unfortunately, they do lose culture, so effectively a 4 versus 4 here in the 6th round. But, I mean, the advantage has continuously rolled the way of Warriors this half.
Yeah, Warriors were able to find their openers despite the initial losses, but it certainly evens out that ground for Altadell's to work around, and rather unfortunate the way how it did, as Schmidt just reads perfectly into that possibility of an aggressive swing, and it certainly did. Frag grenade comes in. It's a way of draining one of the magnets, and that does grant that perfect window of opportunity for a rotation. So as it stands, Ultratilius are playing their time really well.
Bop straight into Piano. They've cleared the shield out and cleared the position. Bop is hitting some nasty shots today. And the plant is going down. He's looking for more. Schmidt is well in support. It's Skiv on his own, and Schmidt shuts it down. Cthulhu, a 5-1.5, and the rehost is going to be called. They need to get Culture back into the matchup, of course, but Ultratilius really slipping at the moment.
Yeah, look, I'm not particularly too sure as to what is exactly happening there with Ultratilius, because it is... yeah, rather unfortunate result of how it all been going down. AZ been trying to, you know, experiment with their flexible lineups. They were trying to experiment with a little bit more of a kind of offside presence, but the reality being is that unfortunately Warriors, well, fortunate for Warriors, unfortunate for AZ, Warriors are a bit more kind of centered around the actual site. So the moment they see the even just a slight window of opportunity, they just absolutely send it for the actual site. And that has been kind of a reoccurring statement throughout the whole of the attack for Warriors. And now being on defense, it's a rather scary prospect, given that Ultratilius have only one more round as a buffer for their mistakes, and from there on out it's a game of sudden death.
Yeah, and unfortunately Culture's still having some minor issues. But I mean, look, I think if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves, Cthulhu, if Ultratilius were to, if the Warriors were to play this one out as a 4v5, I think there is still a solid likelihood that they win this match, even at a player deficit. They are, I mean, Bot in particular is just hitting shots for 3-4 players almost.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, look. Scary times for Ultratilius, in hopes of kind of finding some sort of redemption or comeback going into this second half. And the attack on Chalet, look, it has been a rather potent thing, but that is if you have a really able group of people and you have a good plan behind it, because kind of trying to push it willy-nilly won't really gain a whole lot of advantage and a whole lot of advancement. So meaning that for Ultratilius, they will need to nail down their coordination and the communication, and which has been very much kind of a disconnect between the two needs really here for them.
Basement though, looking to be hovered here for the Warriors, which I mean we haven't seen in this matchup so far. It is a pretty tenuous sight to be holding. There is so much that can go wrong in quick succession for a defending team, but never one of those sides that you truly count out until the round itself is over. But, I mean, look, we are seeing this continuation of the trend, Cthulhu. We are 2 rounds away from it being 3 from 3 in terms of upsets.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 for 3 could still be... well, is already rather a big stat for us. And this has been kind of a reoccurring point throughout OCL. It's usually somewhere halfway down the line or slightly past halfway down the line of the season where certain teams start falling off, certain teams start, you know, showing good progress, good promise. And yeah, look, again, Kraken could really slip up here, or maybe they would be the only one that would keep it, you know, nice and cozy for themselves. And yeah, unfortunately, the call has been made. The rehost will be coming in, and we get to talk a little bit longer and maybe theorycraft a little bit longer between Warriors and Ultratilius. For Ultratilius, though, look, they definitely do need to maybe look into getting back to the drawing board here.
I mean, off this potential result as well, it would push Warriors just that little bit further towards the top 3. Obviously still out of contention for first place, but still deeper into the prize money, of course. Top 5 do walk away with some cash, and the higher up you are, the better the cash is, obviously. So you want to be finishing higher up the leaderboard if possible. But for Altered Zelios, I mean, this just leaves us with so many questions.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, for Altered Zelios, it's kind of a bit of a, almost feels, well, I've said it multiple times today, but like a coin toss, because, again, a team that is here to play for fun, what are the odds that they are not, well, really having fun? What if it's a full-on downward spiral into the tilt town? And if it is, then, well, this match would probably end up being a rather quick one to conclude. So we could possibly see Warriors just finally get back on their feet and finally find themselves on the higher end of the spectrum. But as it stands, yeah, look, it's rather sad times for AZ, and just trying to find a bit of a result. Although I do have to say, Skiv has been a big pop-out player there for the team. It's just a shame the rest of them can't really find their own openings.
Indeed. But I mean, look, 5-1.5. What are the odds of a comeback here, especially on Chalet? The odds of that are pretty low at the best of times. But
True.
I mean, you want to see Altered Zelios succeed because they've continued in the past, but it seems odd that there's such a significant fall off given the last couple of weeks of play from them.
Yeah, look, I mean, it could be just one of those days when players didn't really have a good enough warm up, or something further that did occur that didn't really instill a lot of promise. It could be a plethora of things, really. And for Altered Zelios, we know that they have been going through a whole lot of different changes, a whole occasional change in the roster as well, with some of the subs coming in. So possibly it was just basically off the back of just, hey guys, we just not really working out, and something needs to be changed. Maybe some sort of defensive lineup change, or, well, now with them going offensive, maybe they need to be the ones to just say, just full on send it, rather than trying to be a little bit more paced down and play for the initial passive picks.
Oh, I just don't know. This is a far cry from what we're used to seeing out of Altered Zelios and their play. It's also a huge step up from the Warriors. So both things coming together in this matchup means that there is a pretty significant outclassing of play here. Though, in saying that, this brief break for both teams could do a lot of work. For Altered Zelios, this could be exactly what they need to get themselves back into it, unfortunately, after the result of the rehost. But we have confirmation it is going to take a little bit longer. So we'll throw it to a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll jump on into the second half of Chalet. Don't go anywhere. coming back into it. We are just getting the rehost sorted, and well, look, the match is beginning. Cthulhu, and we had a lovely little highlight there. Rice highlighting in the game chat. He's no longer negative.
Yeah, no longer negative on the stats. Certainly is a big achievement for the man, and you know, it's been a quite a big running joke as well for Altadilla as well. So good to see the man on the board finally in the positive stats. So all good to go. Look, it doesn't still though subtract from the fact that so far it's been a little bit of a dire time for Altadilla. At least, yeah, look, at least their players are looking at the positive side of things with the stats and whatnot, but side of Warriors, look, apart from that unfortunate disconnect, the rest of the players have been looking rather stellar in their performance. Now going on to the round number 7 and the Snowmobile Garage and Wine Cellar. We will be continuing the whole trend of not going to the top floor site to hold, which, look, in my opinion, would have done quite a great deal of good for Altazelius, but maybe it's their kind of, maybe it's a meme strat, maybe it's just their idea in general that they just don't like the top floor.
Look, it's understandable. I definitely could imagine that, you know, teams are still trying to figure out where they feel comfortable on this map, given it's how new it is. But, I mean, look at the aggressive. We're already seeing Shant setting up the shield, having opened that wall into Wine. They're looking for the long angles to that wall as well. And the Warriors, it's a very interesting setup in terms of how extensively they're looking to cover this first floor.
Yeah, looking to try to pull off what almost feels like same way how Altadella is, although the downstairs hold does require you to have quite a thorough presence on the ground position. Schmidt, though, has been very thoroughly droned out, meaning that any sort of pre-fires could be rather deadly, but you are correct, quite a thorough extension towards mainly the kitchen. And that is not a bad idea. I mean, it's one of those sites that does allow you to have full control over one of the two hatches that do go directly onto the site. So with that out of the equation, well, Bolt might be in a fair bit of trouble comes the frag grenades, but at least he's able to snatch away one of the drones.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to be playing up in this vertical extension. You head upstairs, you waste some time, you deal with some of those drones, and already look, Cthulhu, there's 3 drones remaining with 2 minutes in play here in round 7. That is, I mean, and that's not good. That's not a lot of information to be gathered in the remainder of the round.
Absolutely not the type of stuff that you want to see, with Bob getting the better of Banana once again. We'll be continuing the unfortunate streak for one of the head people for Altadelius. With the pings, though, coming about from the Jackal, though, this will be giving a good indication how far can Altadelius really push up, but with the pings coming about, this could be rather problematic with now yet another Jackal pig coming about and finally the drop down into the site happening.
Out scot-free. But that's information on the diffuser, which is pretty big for the Warriors. Snip. Oh, again, just these missed opportunities. Just unfortunate milliseconds separating them from a frag. Bryson looking for the scan. I mean, it's not the worst positioning they hit into that final minute. They've got some good ground, and they can look to make an execute out of the basement, but being a player down means that it's just that little bit harder.
Absolutely.
A bomb has been located.
Meaning that
Attackers have recovered
a
their
lot
diffuser.
more progress will need to be regained and reapplied, meaning for Altadelius even more hurdles, something that they would have wanted to avoid with just the sheer lockout of the play. It's definitely not really making it any more easier, with only Trippin being the only technically hard breacher there allowed to stay alive. It could be worth to, well, keep him as alive as possible, but Snip getting the better of culture does make things a little bit more even.
Bot's looking to get aggressive, finds the head of one. He's absolutely storming through the map. Schmidt there, takes down Trippin. Rice onto the side and has a lot of angles to cover here. Toxicanister to deep. He's going to push through towards Connector. Player there covering him, shuts him down. Shot caught in the back, pinched in from behind. But with 8 seconds remaining and the 2 defenders in play, the Warriors will march on to map point here, Cthulhu. They are absolutely storming through Chalet.
Well, yeah, look, Warriors are looking very powerful right now, just absolutely not even taking any sort of chances with their opponents, fully taking this as seriously as they can. And I mean, reading Banana so far of any sort of playtime has been perfectly beneficial, because yes, whilst Altadelius tried to make an adaptation to bring in the Buck with the secondary heart breaches, it hasn't really done a whole lot of good for them, and with now Barn Gaming coming about, well, we might be seeing even more problems, given though this time the heart breaching isn't going to be as necessary per se. It certainly will make things a little bit easier in certain departments, namely that upstairs push.
Well, one more round, and honestly, it's a pretty accelerated night. We've had, what, 1-7-1, a 7-5, and we're about to potentially have another 7-1 here. Warriors, it just blows my mind that I think we had something similar to this last year as well, Playday 5 of stage 2 or 3, and it was just all about the upsets.
10 seconds to go.
But Warriors, they're making it look good.
Playing my trump card.
5
Warriors
seconds
certainly
left.
making this look good and making this look easy and flashy, so
Attackers are
certainly
moving
looking
out
to
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
make it as quick as possible as well, possibly on our final round here for match point in favor of Warriors. Not a whole lot of changes really, not much of that flexibility either from Altadelius comparative to that chaotic kind of repick set that we've so grown accustomed to see previously, but this time a very much more organized push and a very aggressive one. Bob reads into this perfectly and decides, you know what, I do not want to have any sort of hand in this.
They are looking to get a little bit more aggressive up in the face of the Warriors, but Bot finds himself yet another 3 after the rehost already, almost finds him a 4th drifting across the window. He has been exceptionally sharp here tonight, Cthulhu. And if we, honestly, I think it's one of those cases, if we see him continue this trend through the remainder of the stage, there is a chance he gets poached.
Oh yeah, wouldn't be surprised. The new and up-and-coming talent certainly been shining through him very well and very thoroughly, especially in the matter of this very matchup now. Altadelius reaching that position where it is going to be slowing down on the push. Snip, no, that's not how you want to end it all. Messes out on the opportunity. Another one from Schmidt as well, but it's a trade with a grenade. Regardless though, a 4v2 is not the kind of scoreline that you want to find yourself on, but with Culture down very low amount of HP, this could still be rather workable.
Look, Snip, at least it wasn't the full goofed effect with the frag grenade. He only takes himself out, not 2 teammates. But 2 versus 4 here on match point. The Warriors have absolutely came in with his statement in week 5. Rice, and Banana. Snip has unfortunately disconnected from the game. Maybe preemptive, given how the performance was. Who knows? We won't call it just yet. What we can call for sure is that Altadelius are not in the greatest of spots. Banana has to hit the shot, can't even do it. No chance to even respond. Rice will tuck himself down, and he's going to get the answer back, looking for more. Can he find it? No, Jordo shuts it down, and we are 3 from 3 in the upsets tonight here.
My goodness. It's a day for it, Panda. Seems like it's just absolutely phenomenal turnout here from a variety of teams, starting from Antics and then, well, now wrapping up with Warriors. It's been absolutely great to see them perform. K16 as well managed to pitch in on their whole win against Dynasty, and now shifting the whole of the leaderboard even further. I mean, we are talking just mad volatile plays with now, well, Altadelius being left in the dust. Warriors propelling themselves on the 2nd place right now, which is an absolutely just scary prospect here.
I mean, who would have thought after a matchup like this and the the possibilities it sets up going of the remainder of this stage, it was that, Altadelius could have jumped up into the money from their position with 5 points, but unfortunately, it's just not to be here in Playday number 5, the day of upsets.
Absolutely, yeah, day of upsets indeed. Looking very clean so far from all the, well, quote-unquote underdog teams, and overall, I gotta say, very promising time from Warriors as well, now that they finally found their stride.
I mean, look, it's impressive to see. And in fact, all the matches so far have been very impressive to see, and their ability to come back in a match so that they can push deeper and give us a real show of what they're capable in the tail end of the stage. It has been a hard road for both these teams throughout stage 1 of 2022, but the Warriors, I mean, they came in week 1, took down Dynasty, and then it all sort of fell apart from there.
Oh yeah, 110%. Yeah, look, for Warriors, I mean, it started off initially with kind of Boff and King Grills kind of showing them, I suppose, the strides with in the first match. Maybe it was just more so a question of the roster not being fully able to be there, but it was a good performance from there on. Yeah, Struggle Street certainly was a big impact, but with them being initially able to take down, after a few issues, take down Antic, and now be able to come out victorious over AZ does pose quite a interesting opportunity for them to really at least be able to contest quite well for the second place.
And of course, coming in to join us for a bit of a chat, we've got Shant from the Warriors coming in for a bit of an interview. Cthulhu. At this stage, I don't think we can see it on our screen. We're having a bit of an issue with the graphic side of things, but hopefully that'll change itself. And there we go, Shant. Congratulations. You picked yourself up yet another win, and what a convincing one it was.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, it was awesome. It was good.
Look, run us through what's been happening in the Warriors camp, because obviously you guys have been a little bit struggling throughout the season. You did manage to pick up a win on Playday 1 and then Playday 4, but apart from that, up until today, it's been a little bit of a kind of trying to find your own strides, almost, what it feels like.
Yeah, definitely. Like, once we Boff and Grills sort of took a step back, that took a bit of adjusting for us. So that definitely was the reason behind those two losses. And look, lately it was just sort of like getting into our groove with our current roster, working hard.
Now, there is one player who really stood out for you guys tonight, that being Bopped. He was hitting some insane shots. What happened tonight? Was it you guys just feeding him the information? Has he changed up his routine? What enabled him to pop off the way he did tonight?
100%. Yeah, we've been trying to enable him as much as we can, because we know he's a really strong gunner. Yeah, and he was just on tonight. We're setting him up, and he's hitting shots.
Look, Sean, congratulations on your win there, buddy. You take down Old Salius. You're currently second on the leaderboard at the moment, just behind Kraken. Before we let you head off, though, is there anyone you want to shout out?
I want to shout out to the boys watching, Paddy, Kyle, Tom, Dan, all the boys.
Well, look, we'll let you head off, celebrate your victory. Look forward to seeing you again next week. And, well, what a day of it, Cthulhu. So
Thanks,
far,
guys.
3 from 3 in the upset bag, heading into our final match of the night. That may not bode too well for Kraken Esports. Do we see a 4th and final upset tonight?
Oh, look, with the way how things been going, there is a possibility for that, but it will ultimately rely on how well prepared Kraken are.
Well, when we come back after the break, we jump into our final match here in Playday 5, and, well, we'll find whether it's Circular Spheres on the charge or Kraken. Are they shaking in their boots, or are they calm, cool, and collected? We won't know until we get there. We'll be back soon. See you then. 3 upsets from 3 matches, and well, look, the potential of a 4th one on the cards here. Cthulhu, first place Kraken. If they win this, they are untouchable in first place for the remainder of this stage. If they lose, it's anyone's guess who makes it to the promos tournaments. Kraken, they've been looking clean so far, but I mean, is there any chance that comes to an end?
Look, there are a few potentials, albeit, I mean, you look at the track record of Kraken, 7-2s, 7-1s all across the board. Apart from the minor inconvenience that was, initially the Kings roster, nothing else seemed to have gone even remotely close. So for Circular Spheres now taking on Kraken on the day like today of the just upsets potentials, it is a dangerous, prospect. But again, it is Kraken, a team that has been looking extremely dominant to really play throughout the whole of OCL this season and the last season as well.
Well, it sets the stage for a very interesting matchup. Of course, it has been 3 from 3 in terms of upsets. Kraken, you got to wonder, is there any concern given the Playday so far and what could transpire, especially given Circular Spheres? They've already had a very convincing couple of matches this stage.
Yeah, look, there's definitely a certain, concern to it all, but given just Kraken's track record, given their mental kind of fortitude, I highly doubt that things could really any bad things could really happen to them, but it's all in their hands, basically, because Circular Spheres, this is a team that has that kind of the diligence in them. They can really bring in a lot of very difficult plays to counter, and for Kraken, they should be the ones to obviously acknowledge that and be very wary about this kind of setup. So no more of those, rush plays, no more of, messing about. It is up to them to find their counters and find a very clean gameplay, because otherwise, if that's the case, look, volatility of the leaderboard increases by tenfold if they do end up losing here.
Look, I mean, again, history does tend to repeat itself. I think the likelihood of Kraken losing out here and dropping their undefeated streak is probably on the lower end of the scale, but there is every possibility that things like that can happen. We've already seen 3 of them tonight, so what is there to discount a 4th possibility? But, I mean, it's Kraken. They are one of the most mechanically, strategically, and, confidently gifted teams in this competition. We knew from the start going in that they were going to be the favorites to push for that promotion spot. Circular Spheres, yes, they've come in with an intention to contest that spot, but there is a very, very rough match ahead of them in this, of course. And, let's put it to you this way. If you were Circular Spheres, if it was on you, if you could have your pick of map, where would you take it to take down Kraken?
Look, I would say definitely something that offers quite a flexible, play out. Even take the Kraken to some of the more newer maps like Skyscraper, like Theme Park, like Border, the maps where you still need to polish up on some of those positions and plays and maybe practice some of the lineups. Apart from that, maybe something across the lines of maybe a Villa will be a decent idea, given the fact that it does prompt you for a fair bit of the Rome play. But in saying that, Villa will be a little bit more of a double-edged sword, as Kraken are also quite proficient in the Rome play and Rome clear as well. So look, just as long as you don't go to Chalet, this is all that really is needed. And well, certainly map vetoes do show us we are going indeed to Villa, a map that could certainly bear the potential for an upset.
Kraken also taking out the 3 newest maps to the pool in succession: Theme Park, Border, and Skyscraper. They had the option to go somewhere fun and new. They decided not to in the end. But yeah, Villa, it seems to be a bit of a stomping ground here in the Oceanic Challenger League Stage 1 for 2022. We've been here, I think, more than any other map.
Yeah, look, Villa has been one of those kind of back and forth maps in general throughout OCL, but yeah, looking at the track record for Kraken, I believe they yet to play the map. Yeah, Bank was there, so yeah, haven't actually played a Villa yet, or haven't really shown one, so it could be one of those maps that they tried to keep rather thoroughly away from themselves, but it certainly looks like, they were nearly quite confident to take this to a map like Skyscrapers, so certainly indicates that later down the line we could be seeing some rather dangerous prospects to come about, say, once the relegation promo, well, not tournament, but more so of a matchup comes about, and maybe we could be seeing Kraken unleashed even further.
Well, I mean, it's also, you know, you got to remember Onami, more than likely the team that is going to be facing them in that promotions relegations tournament at the moment. So I can only imagine there's a few of them in Twitch chat right now watching this match with eager intent to try and catch their opponents out when it comes to that matchup. But look, I mean, Villa, yeah, back to basics, a lot of roam game, a lot of deep plays. It is a situation where you could imagine Circular Spheres might struggle just a little bit. They have shown that they're a capable team, but when it comes to those very, very deep, very strategic maps, they have a bit of a fall off.
Yeah, it kind of was kind of been a little bit actually back and forth, because they have a good coordination when it comes down to aggression, but yes, you are correct, some form of a strategical kind of setup, it definitely does feel a little bit more lackluster, especially comparative to a team like Kraken, where they were able to find a lot of good flexibility, a lot of good different adaptations for each one of the sites. So I think it's more so going to be about the timing, about the mechanical skill, and to see where one would be able to accumulate the absolute momentum to really take this on. With the Circular Spheres, though, beginning on the defense is a very good start to kick things off.
Well, he didn't even touch on the fact that Japer not playing tonight, Captain Oz standing in for him, so it's could potentially hinder their performance. But Thatcher, the first ban, Circular Spheres taking him off the board. Kraken have the option to respond, and I mean, you're looking at a Nomad, Jackal potentially.
Jackal, yeah. Nomad, I think it will be a little bit too much of a hindrance for one of the two teams, purely off the back that both teams will be rather frequently using him. Well, instead it's going to be Flores so far. Well, 100%, yeah, like you alluded to before. Surprised, honestly, that it does come down to that, but Flores does certainly make things a whole lot more difficult to really keep stable, and with his utility being able to be used as those kind of force out of certain anchor spots positions, it is not surprising that he's being the one to be banned out.
Mirror the response again. I think we're going to go the same way we have the last two, rather, Cthulhu. I think it's going to be a Valkyrie to close it out, and there you go. The only deviation is one Valkyrie for a Cade in the first map of the day, but on the whole, 3 from 3 in terms of that operator ban lineup.
Indeed it is. Rather surprising turnout is probably the best way to describe this, given the fact that on a number of occasions teams would prefer to go for target bans, but it does sort of also indicate the idea that, well, Kraken, maybe they don't really need to delve too deep into the strat book, into the counter strats, to possibly be able to make decent plays for themselves against majority of the opponents. Maybe somebody like Dynasty, well, those counter plays could be, and counter bans could be big, but against Circular Spheres, maybe they just don't yet view them as the big threat.
Well, look, we're kicking things off. Aviator Games as you'd expect, but you look at the lineup, it's not quite the go-to, the quintessential. There's no Jaeger, no Wemai in terms of this defense, and they've opted for a Thunderbird as well, so a little bit more longevity into the round, as well as that Geordie playing on the Mozzie. I suppose his Valkyrie has been banned out, so you got to go second best where you can. Him and his Nitro Cell game this round could be hugely impactful.
Yeah, Geordie has been a very big player for Circular Spheres, so
5 seconds remaining.
Could be quite keen to see if he will be able to keep on
Attackers
performing
to locate a bomb and
for the roster, and so can the rest of the team on the side of KRA. Look, everything is looking just about the usual. Just yet another day in the office. And well, for K16, pardon me, K16. Sorry, I keep on looking at Ornami. The man just clinically doesn't want to change his tags. For Circular Spheres, that is. Well, they're looking to try to play a little bit more of a mobile kind of defense.
Understandable, but I mean, look, we've seen time and time again, Kraken, when they lose rounds, it's usually off their own hubris. They get a bit overconfident, cocky, and make the over-aggressive play right now. Captain Oz has been scouted out, dropping straight into the waiting arms of Seppi. And that is going to be the first kill off the board. No more alibi.
No more alibi does mean a lot of problems there for Captain Oz and Co. Given with that Japer, at least not in for tonight. He was one of the big fraggers on top of Crimstar and Geordie, so with him out of the equation, it could be big. Oh, the gunfight does erupt. No, the Elements is the one to actually take him down.
2 down so far. I mean, this is exactly what you're expecting from Kraken. They're going to overwhelm by the numbers. They're usually not a team to be caught off guard in these situations. Unami, though, looking to try and lurk below, still in the art studio. If he could find a pinch onto someone here, that would be huge. And unfortunately, it's not going to count for much. Tiltek absolutely eviscerated, but Pluto there to trade him back. Tiltek's going to be spewing a little bit there. Not too happy that he was taken out and Pluto lived. But a 4 versus 2 going into the final minute. Pluto just stymied a little bit. Player deep into the vault looking to hold him off. And those Coda stations haven't quite worked out the way they would have hoped.
Yeah, not particularly. Not at all. Stations would have really helped the rest of the team if they were actually playing a little bit more close by to the side and being able to rather quickly rotate to get themselves healed up. But alas, it is what it is. Goof tries to get into a gunfight and certainly does come out victorious out of that, but will need to get himself re-healed before he can engage into yet another gunfight. Or Nami, caught with his pants down there on the top of the stairs, leaves all up to Goof to try to make any sort of return on investment. C4 out, will not be really claiming any sort of life or any sort of HP, and as it stands, 25 seconds remaining. He could prevent the plan actually as he gets the better of Pluto, so all of a sudden Kraken are starting to flog on their push quite substantially.
Effectively a 1 versus 1 as the plant is going down. If Goof can take Seppi out of the equation, this is much more doable, but the plant will be secured. Post-plant positions being taken. Seppi in a bit of danger, but he's going to survive for the moment. Gets himself out of dodge, but no, he's going to re-aggress and win it anyway. Kraken, a bit of a shaky start to the map, but he gets the job done.
Certainly does. Very solid conclusion by the end of it by Kraken, as it was definitely a little bit scrappy. Certainly not the best turnout, but look, it's still good to see that Seppi and the rest were able to bring it back, to be able to showcase that they're still able to make a return, although probably
Defenders,
been good
protect
to
your
have a
bombs
little
from
bit
being
more of a
defused by
player
attackers.
position. But props to Geordie for being able to stick around for as long as he did, but just couldn't live for too long.
Gonna go for the re-attempt on the site, of course. Standard approach for this map. Nor Nami, look, he's getting the 360 flicks in play, baiting it out with the knife. Just wants to make sure he's nice and sharp for round 2 here. Doesn't want to let it slip like they did in the first. But you look at the setup, it's going to be largely the same. Crimstar, I mean, the opening couple of kills were big because 1, Captain Oz dropped straight into the waiting arms of Seppi, and 2, Crimstar getting caught in the duo pinch from Master Bedroom. So hopefully this time, you know, all the Circus Spheres will slow it down a little bit. They'll play their game a little bit more comfortably and not get caught out the way they did last round.
Let's hope that this is actually going to be the way how you're saying, Panda, because, yeah, look, first round for Circular Spheres didn't particularly instill a whole lot of promise and a whole lot of hope for the team, for themselves, and for general performance, given the majority of CS roster has been written like a book pretty easily with just the 1 or 2 drones, and something that they would prefer to avoid. Captain Oz as well, unfortunately, not particularly having a flashy start, but only being a first round, still gets the chance to find some sort of a remedy. Meanwhile, Crimstar off-screen does go down, and this is something that you would not want to lose out. Crimstar being one of the big performers previously, well, would have wanted to see a little bit more of the action during the round.
And Kraken once again wasting no time clearing out key positions. Look at the drones in play at the moment on the hunt for information. 4 of 5 players scouting out Circular Sphere's defense and their setup. Seppi below with those nade, well, that 1 nade now remaining in hand. Spots Captain Oz, but loses out in that immediate gunfight, and it brings it back to a 4 versus 4. His position being pitched out, but Tiltek again taken down for no recourse. Ornami hitting his shots, Elements not going to let it happen a third time. We'll bring it back to a 3-3.
My device is ready.
3-3 indeed. Still though, Kraken has all of
Attackers
the
have
key
located a bomb.
performers and key players. Element still has 2 more of those finger boosts as well, and plenty of time to boot. I mean, just under half a round. This is still pretty workable for the Kraken Esports Club. On the side of Circular Spheres as well, they have all the needed players. Captain Oz could go for a cheeky flank around, but decides to actually like to play very much of an anchor position. So no flanks whatsoever, very much kind of head-on attempt to take majority of those gunfights. Not the best decision, not the worst decision. With Elements though creeping up by the stairs, he could be quite a nasty surprise for Onami.
Cheeky little frag grenade does just tickle the toes of Onami, who's standing up on the bar at the moment. Elements taking a bit of punishment downstairs, though. I think he hit himself with his own nade there in that engagement. But final 35 seconds, and you can see Kraken are just testing the waters, trying to figure out what is the best approach into the site. Pluto hasn't even popped that wall, knowing full well that it's been denied. There are a lot of gunfights that have to come to fruition for Kraken if they want to win it, and they have to force the issue now. Pluto in, Elements just getting himself up onto that study window. Wants to be able to cover something. Onami spotted, but it's Elements to fall. Geordie with that MP5, hitting his shots when needed. Walking through, Pluto needs to find something, but can't find much of anything. Hunter there as well. That'll be Captain Oz to close out the round. Circular Spheres gonna give Kraken a bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, locking them out of the site certainly didn't really do a whole lot of good for them, and Kraken kind of looked very much lost there in hoping to try to find any sort of opening for their own selves, any sort of frags in the early stages. Couldn't really find that momentum off the back of that early frag onto Crimstar. And so in saying that, well, AVG now all concluded, trophy and statuary is upon us, so the site that is looking to be much more volatile with the way how they have been introduced.
Well, that's exactly what you want, Circular Spheres fans. They're going to be happy with that one. Japer, I'm sure, is watching along wherever he may be. He's taken a week off from the team. He's probably gone visiting friends or something, but watching eagerly as the boys going to go toe-to-toe with Kraken. The second attempt on the site, not quite as clean. Now, Kraken will have to contest with Trophy Area and Statuary and the double shield set up on that master bedroom door.
Station placed.
Bomb located
Yeah,
by
curious
attackers.
about that double setup, but
10
could
seconds
prove
left.
to be just about enough to at least sow some sort of confusion into Kraken
5
to
seconds left.
gain that window of opportunity. Possibly
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
for Circular Spheres, this is exactly what they want. They want to make sure that they are just as difficult to predict as possible and quite as difficult to get a read into by Kraken, because Kraken are a team that could do both, you know, the chaotic and the non-chaotic play in a very coordinated one, but so far have had a fair bit of a fair bit of issues with you know, getting a good understanding. Tiltek could have had the good window opportunity to just swing onto Goofed, but unfortunately, well, with all the sheer amount of information, didn't really act up upon it.
Tiltek and Elements in a big danger there, but Onami, unfortunately, caught from the art studio. Won't get quite as lucky as he wanted to in that situation. Almost had the lineup, but it was probably overwhelming in terms of the options available to him. Tiltek a little bit quieter for him tonight, Cthulhu. Not quite the start that we're used to. He's 0-2. But, I mean, you got to wonder. Maybe, just maybe, they've gotten in their own heads about this upset momentum.
That could be certainly a possibility, and something that will need to be kept in mind at least
Drone is ready.
for a bit. Something that needs to be very much kept a keen eye out on, as well as the fact that Circular Spheres has started ramping up their roam game. So for KRA, maybe an introduction of Jackal or even a KB could be a decent idea, but that double stack actually of people on the red stairs could prove to be rather difficult to contest.
Good start, though. Despite the congestion possibilities, it's Geordie, though, that I'm most concerned about for the side of Kraken. Deep down in the basement on that roam. The pinch through pantry could be absolutely devastating. They will clear the walls though, so they can start to breach onto the site itself. Captain Oz taken up by Seppi on the Astro
Bomb
Repel,
located by
and that
attackers.
is going to be a quintessential defensive position. Now no longer contestable by the circular spheres. They should be able to start marching through the side of Kraken, but Geordie, he's on it. He's on the hunt. He knows that there is someone from Kraken here, but it seems that Tiltek has the heads-up info as well. They're about to meet like ships in the night. Will they pass? Will they crash? And it's just a slow, steady game, Seppi, for a second until Tech loses out, unfortunately caught looking the wrong way, and Geordie finds himself alone as the site is completely Kraken's.
Indeed it is, but Hunter is being launched across the whole way with that C4, which does make things a little bit easier. Oh, Jordy as well connects onto Seppi. All of a sudden, two very unhealthy players do present an opportunity for Jordy to absolutely demolish Kraken, give them a second point, which could be rather an issue. Already knows about the presence of Hibana in the hallway. He goes in for the peek, has the drop. That's a 1v1 quad kill for Jordy. Could it be the ace though? That is the big question here.
Not just the ace, but the ace clutch to boot. He's just going to find elements. He doesn't know where the diffuser is. He's going to get confirmation there. A little pre-fire into the corner, but it's not to be. Elements does have nades should he need it. Geordie just baiting it out, and I think he's just whiffed his opportunity there. Headshot off as well. Kraken just going to skate in under the line. But Geordie, what a round from him.
Jordy just, yeah, absolutely went ballistic on some of those swings. And yeah, look, you can see an element of maybe tiredness as well. The yawns are creeping in on the cameras of Kraken. You possibly start showing the signs of maybe the tiredness, maybe it's just the timing of the actual matchup, and maybe a certain amount of frustration. Thankfully, though, Elements was able to perform, but the rest of the team kind of, yeah, look, not feeling it, but at least they're able to keep on scoring consistently the
Attackers
points.
need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, look, it's never prudent to doubt Elements in the clutch, but the thing that I'm most intrigued by, of course, is Tiltek 0-3, not having the showing that we're used to him.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
And
bomb.
unfortunately, the kills that the times that he's died this map already have been just him caught looking the wrong way.
Yeah, it's maybe certain distractions just not really helping his case. Maybe it's more so just about the idea of just him needing to just unable to maybe concentrate on certain aspects
Attacker's
of
objective is to defuse a bomb.
the way how the game has been going. Maybe it's just the difficult read just in general on the whole setup that Circular Spheres have been bringing in. No matter what it is, it has been certainly a difficult time for him to just find that concentration and find the ability to just ramp his own momentum, because we know how momentum based he is just by himself, and without that it's a rather difficult time for him to find any sort of strides.
Geordie 7-1 and 1. I mean, you got to remember, Geordie is coming off the back of being part of one of the most dominant rosters from OCL last year, a key member of the EXO roster at the beginning of the year before being subbed out for Elements. So two players that had huge impact. And Captain Oz unfortunately spotted, and it's just too many crossfires. Goofed as well, coming into support, shut down Tiltek, spoon-fed his first kill. Not officially, because obviously it was a confirmation of a down, but I'm sure he'll take it.
Yeah, of course. He will absolutely take it. With Captain Oz and Goof out of the equation, though, Seppi does take quite a number of damage points as well to his name, but with ultimately Crimstar going down, it's now a very disconnected double team effort from Circular Spheres players to try to slow down the onslaught from Kraken. A much better performance, I say that, though. Hunter does go down to the pistol off Onami, but without any with some repercussions, and Pluto actually does wrap it all up with a nice clean double for himself. So making this, well, once again back into the swing of things for Kraken, albeit a very scary start when it comes
Back
down
to basics. I mean, this is what we expected Kraken to look like coming into the Playday. They're up 3-1 now, and I think cold engine on a cold day starting up. They finally started to get warm, and it's just going to keep rolling. The pistons are firing. Kraken are a team who can absolutely run away with any sort of advantage, and that round was a prime example of how it plays out.
Exactly. That big
Attackers
momentum
need to
gauge
locate and
and
defuse as many
that
bombs
need
as
to
they
wake
can.
up as well certainly has prompted Kraken to finally get the momentum, to take the momentum in their hands rather than let Circular Spheres dictate that for them. And it certainly allowed them to gauge just about how much can they get away with certain aggressive plays that they have performed, and definitely with the rest of the team finally getting on board minus Tiltek. Well, it's good to see that Seppi and Elements and Pluto
10
are able
seconds
to
left before
contribute
insertion.
very thoroughly to the success.
I mean, look, you can't expect
5 seconds
Tiltek to
left.
carry every play day.
Exactly.
It's about time that the rest of the team had to carry him.
Attackers' objective is to locate a
But right
bomb
now,
and
we head back
defuse
to
it.
Aviator Games for the second to last round of the half and the extension, the last minute setup coming into play. Geordie with a cheeky little newt gemmer in the bathtub, which should be rather hard to clear. But it's again a case of how do they contest this coordinated aggression from Kraken the best? Because, I mean, we've seen what happens when it's allowed to run rampant.
There is already quite a number of guns are ringing out with Tiltek
He's
finally
done it!
on board. He's finally did it. Got the better of Goofed. So that's Thunderbird yet again now completely done and dusted. But Geordie does get the better of Seppi. So no more is the Zofia in the play, which, well, first of all, takes down one of the two
Attackers have
LMGs
located a
out of the
bomb.
equation, and two, well, that's your soft breach potential now gone almost completely, minus, say, a few hacky setups with the frag grenades. Now, the sheer information gain will be rather crucial here because the pre-play C4 is certainly in play, and if Kraken acknowledge that, and they might just be able to, you know, circumvent it through just different positioning. AVG was the site, as a reminder for everyone, this was the site that Circular Spheres were able to completely shut out Kraken from, so quite possibly looking to do the very same thing and maybe grant that second point for themselves.
Bit of a lull here in round 5. Early aggression off the bat, and then things will slow when Kraken returns to the drone game looking for the information, while Circular Spheres just backing themselves in towards the site. Honestly, this is one of those matches that is incredibly volatile and could go either way, round to round. For the most part, though, Kraken have had their hands on the steering wheel and have been dictating the pace of it all. But Circular Spheres, they're a volatile team, and they're one that could pop off at a moment's notice.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the one big thing about them. I say that Nami just catches a three-pointer from Elements yet again. Hunter droning out himself, nearly was able to find yet another frag, but oh, Pluto just not feeling it at all, running, sprinting directly into into the gunfight. And yeah, for Grimstar right now, he's in a perfect position to completely shut things down. Elements now will have to once again do the hard yards here, and well, yet again we'll have to put his team on his back. Now, the main objective here is to obviously get rid of Grimstar, as he was the absolute fiend when it comes down to the play. Frag grenade in, no. That generated
15
buffer is no
seconds to
longer
go.
though.
Bomb located by
And
attackers.
unfortunately for Geordie, Elements catches him completely
seconds left.
snoozing, walking in from behind the stun deep towards top main. It's not going to be enough to get Crimstar, but the air jab there. A fairly concussive one too.
Attackers activating
Tiltek trying to cover. Can he find the flank? No, he can't. Captain Oz with the Baylor from long range to shut him down, but Elements fully sacked on health. 2 nano boosts remaining and a very, very heavy LMG in hand. Should have this one comfortably. It's about the coordination of the rotate. Captain Oz falls. Do they have the flank? And unfortunately, Crimstar is going to be on his own. But no, Captain Oz, he's found the Coda station. Elements doesn't know. What a play in Goofed from the grave. The MVP of the round.
Oh no, the misplay. The misplay by Elements not confirming the kill
Defender mission successful.
results in his ultimate demise, and oh man, that is unfortunate there for Kraken. What almost looked like the round that they could finally take, now it's, well, back into, well, momentum at least back into the hands of Circular Spheres, albeit still 1 point differential in favor of KRA, so not the worst kind of situation, not the worst kind of outcome, but again, something that Kraken would have wanted to avoid, albeit, look, Villa itself, it is a map that is occasionally quite difficult to attack, so understandably so, Kraken might be going through a little bit of a struggle here.
Oh, Elements is going to be kicking himself. Circular spheres. And look, there would have been a lot of questions. What is the point of this Thunderbird? What are they going to be able to do here? And as soon as Goofed... Oh, sorry, not Goofed. As soon as Captain Oz went down and it wasn't confirmed by Elements, you just knew that is exactly how it was going to play out the Kona station. And sure enough, he pops right back up. Catches Elements off guard, and they picked themselves up a second Kraken. They're going to be sweating a little bit.
Indeed, they will be. Namely, players like Hunter, players like Tiltek, who usually would have quite a solid performance by themselves. Unfortunately, today just having really
5 seconds left.
bad time and trying to find some sort of a opener, some sort of maybe even just closure for themselves, and it's an alarming time. Certainly won't have to say that.
Oh boy, that's a bit shook, honestly. That is definitely going to shake the confidence a little bit. But Kraken are a team who've proved that they have the depth to be able to hold on and not sweat the little things at the moment. Tiltek, unfortunately, a little bit late to that shot. No, Captain Oz was gone by the time we set the bullets into the couch, but the drone in play should give that information across. There is a lot riding on this matchup.
Absolutely. Quite. Well, for Kraken, it's the lockout of the first place in their favor. For Circular Spheres, it's the ability to contest that second place. First place. Jordy once again gunning for each and one of the KRA members. Certainly doing a good job. Goofed as well, getting the better of Pluto. This is already looking like a much closer contention for Kraken. Something that they would have preferred to avoid, albeit in the short term, well, this won't really do a whole lot of bad for Kraken, and theoretically they could afford this kind of a loss, but this is the last thing that they would want. They want to keep up this perfect record. I mean, you look at the standings as well. Yes, there is quite a number of things currently hounding all the other teams apart from Kraken, and namely the fact that they've been catching either just only overtime wins or full-blown losses. For Kraken, look, losing out on the three-pointer, whilst it will be rather frustrating, it won't be too catastrophic either, so maybe that's something to keep an eye out for, albeit I say that Hunter does get the better of Jordy.
He himself has felled in turn. 2 versus 4, Tiltek and Seth beat 2 of the OGs of this competition. 2 for Til!
Oof.
And that's the opening you need. Seppi all of a sudden has the sight in eye line. Tiltek rushing over to join him as well. Seppi's in a bit of trouble. Tiltek needs to get in and quick. I don't know if they realize that Tilt is just around the corner, but it is Ornami with the FO12 frag grenade in hand. He's just going to miss the opportunity. And Seppi is currently being bullied. Tiltek finds Oz, and it's down to the 1v1. Ornami, what can he do? Nothing! What a time for Tiltek to show up.
Finally, the man himself is awakened. It's taken quite a moment to get things rolling and get things underway, but he is finally on board. The first half does conclude in a 4-2 scoreline, but yeah, look, concern is still certainly there, Panda. Look, I mean, Tiltek only now just waking up, and the rest of the team still kind of struggling with certain plays. The drones are only just joining out what is basically considered just a bare necessity, not really doing enough good for Kraken, albeit finally they do move on to the defense, so it will be a little bit of an easier time. But straight off the bat, I mean, you look at the lineup that Circular Spheres are looking to bring in, at least preemptively kind of locking in Nook and Jackal, 2 operators that will be extremely difficult to counter, namely Nook. Even, I mean, you talk about the very first matchup that we got to see with Face Cream talking about how impactful and how annoying to deal with Nook is. And with her in play here on what arguably could be an even more higher-end match, Kraken could be in for a very nasty surprise.
Kraken, they take the half in favour of themselves, though. 4-2, they can look to close it out here on the defense and avoid potential disaster, of course, Cthulhu. They don't want to drop this map. In fact, they don't want to drop a single map. In fact, I mean, if they carry on, if they win the next 3 rounds, they will continue the Kraken trend of 7-2 victories here in Stage 1. Aviator Games with the extension over towards Split as well, coming into play. Tiltek going to be running the TCSG on on Goyo. He's waiting. He's down at art storage in the basement. This is a little bit concerning given that that door just popped open. Tiltek should have the angles. Shots are good. Captain Oz falls, but no. Crimstar there in support to take him down.
The storyline of Kraken and not confirming their kills will unfortunately continue there. Tiltek just wanted to get a few more frags, but unfortunately couldn't get a read as to whether there's going to be 1, 2, or 3 of the attacking operators. With him now out of the equation, though, this does make things a little bit more difficult. KRA are still playing a very wide roam game with not yet expecting a whole lot of roam clear to rather come about, as Hunter not really keeping an eye out for, or has the position, has the drop. That's Onami out of the equation, but Nook is still very much alive.
A Hunter indeed. Geordie looking for a nade play down in the living room. No one there in the vault to receive, unfortunately. But Hunter, that was a play and a half. Captain Oz wants it. He's on the drones, and he should be able to spot out Hunter. In fact, they have 2 drones on him. One of the shocks to catch him. But he gets himself out of danger, sees the shots ringing through, will opt to go the other way as well. So Kraken, you got to respect the ability to pivot on a dime for them. They pull all 4 players back to the site. Seppi will fall, unfortunately, through the vert angles. Not ideal, but not impossible. No, sorry, not vert. It was Goofed swinging aggressively onto Aviator Door. I didn't even realize. I thought he was playing from below. But this could be big, especially with the scans to come through. Hunter just ate that frag grenade.
What is happening with KRA? So all of a sudden, a very dysfunctional hold. Kraken, though, do manage to find a response. They're not expecting, though, a push from behind. They know about the presence on the 90 hallway. Crimstar has made him his position very well aware to the opposition. Geordie has the position too. Swing comes in. That minus Crimstar. All of a sudden, Elements has decided to return back to his old roots of just swinging everything and everyone. And as it stands, Geordie is gone. Elements back into his own element.
This is the Elements we have come to know and love in the Oceanic Challenger League and the Oceanic Nationals. And he pulls it out once again. Look at him. You can see the smile on his face. He's absolutely stoked. Yeah, I mean, it's just something about this Kraken roster. When they are hitting their shots, when they are hitting their mark, they are a team that could contest among the best.
Yeah, the team that could just absolutely roll their opposition. 5-2 scoreline, certainly pointing in the direction of, well, their usual trend, as Tiltek was kind of upset that they couldn't, you know, keep up the trend of 7-2s from the previous match day when they managed to score a 7-1. And seems like his wish has been finally granted here, albeit at a cost of some very dicey rounds, Panda.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. Dicey may be the case, but a win is a win, and that's all you want. And right now, you look at every single member of Kraken, they are showing up, and then you've got Elements showing up in a big way as well. Circular Spheres, they are slowly slipping behind. It's not even slowly, it's actually quite accelerated if you think about it. They are quickly spiraling away from the potential of the upset. And Kraken are 2 rounds away from locking in promotions at the end of Stage 1.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
What a phenomenal thing to when you think about it, because still 2 more play weeks after that, and well, Kraken being already able to lock it in is kind of big as well. Albeit, again, there's a very big caveat to it that they don't all of a sudden, you know, decide to flog, and all of the teams that are currently on the 2nd and 3rd place, I believe, you know, start pulling up with the wins. But still, though, actually, no, yeah, pardon me, I'm just being stupid. Yeah, this will be no matter what. This will be no matter what.
There is no one who can touch the era of Kraken if they win this matchup here. And Onami will be absolutely sweating knowing that this is probably who they will have to face in that promotions relegations tournament, Cthulhu.
Absolutely.
Boy. These guys are going to be firing on cylinders. Kraken are like sharks in the water. They taste blood. It is all on.
Yeah, initially what felt like a little bit of a dormant presence, they're now finally awake, and I say that though Seppi has been put back to sleep by Geordie. So far, one of the huge impact players for Circular Spheres, and been absolutely just having a stellar performance as it stands though for Kraken. Once again, being put at the player disadvantage initially does seem to be a potential for a hindrance is certainly there. Hunter just being pressured and a whole lot of problems are about to erupt upon him.
Tiltek from below with a Nitro Cell could well and truly gut this push. Captain Oz will finish Hunter. Tiltek just has to land it in the right place. You've also got Pluto in support. The hard anchor for the team shuts down Goofed on the approach, and Element's there for yet another Pluto! This is why he is king on the site! Tiltek can't find the follow-up, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his team is here to fill the void that he leaves. And look at it, it's Elements and Pluto, the two top fraggers for the team to clutch up Elements. He's not going to know that Geordie's there, but I don't think Geordie knows either. Geordie has no idea that Elements is across the hall from him, and Elements does not need to move. Geordie, he's going to sneak his way on through Elements. If he pushes now, this is a free kill. Pluto down. Elements is going to come in from behind. Geordie seems to have an idea, and Geordie, again, clutches up from nowhere.
Geordie, my goodness, just the luck on the game, plus the reads, plus the aim, is just handing out L's left, right, and center. Kraken being pushed just a little bit harder, albeit still 2 rounds difference here, and, well, still quite now what looks like quite far away from that position. Circular Spheres. Oh, it's the perfect timing on that pause coming about. Tactical timeout is coming in as they are very close to possibly pushing themselves to, well, pulling a comeback, but also still being on the precipice of completely losing it out. I mean, like you said before, 2 rounds away from winning and locking themselves in that position in the first place. Look, Circular Spheres would still want to make sure that they give it their best possible shot. So, look, it is right here, right now. Geordie, look, explaining what needs to be done and what happened on his end, it seems, because he was the big performer. All eyes on him right now if you are a Circular Spheres fan.
I mean, look, it is again just the sheer potential for both these teams shining through. They are incredibly gifted, they are incredibly talented at the game. And barring a couple of unfortunate losses for Circular Spheres, I have no doubt in my mind that they would have been right there tailing Kraken up until this point. But Kraken now head on to Dining and Kitchen here in round number 9. That gap closing, but not significantly, I don't think, Cthulhu, especially given we are now seeing Elements picking up the vigil.
Yeah, Elements to lean even harder into the roaming game could certainly do a whole lot of good here for Kraken, given that so far roam has been kind of very almost basic in regards to you send over either a Mozzie or a Jackal.
10 seconds.
Bringing in the Vigil will certainly make things a little bit easier for Elements to live around and just to be able to still keep up the mobility. Nami, 6 self-roast there, but look, so far for Circular Spheres, it's been a bit of a rough run, let's just say that. Minus the fact that Geordie has been absolutely popping off, the rest of the team not particularly feeling too strong. I say that Crimstar frags out Tiltek yet again, this time on a Rooney, and what's happening with Kraken? Yes, it's cool to see that they're trying to pull their own usual shenanigans with the with the roams, but it's just so dysfunctional.
Yeah, look, I think this is always going to be the case. You can't come in with the same intent against a team like Circular Spheres. Crimstar, though, you got to remember that standout match that he had earlier in the stage. I mean, what, 16, 17, and 4? But unfortunately, Circular Spheres do lose Geordie to the hands of Hunter down below on that roam, and massive damage onto Captain Oz. Elements, a known quantity in this round. Goofed will just drift around the corner and frag him out. And Seppi could be the linchpin to this defense on the post.
Yeah, Seppi certainly could be rather problematic. Already C4 dedicated, but still can relay the information. Interestingly enough, Pluto could
Attackers recovered the
do
bomb diffuser.
some good work as well. He's been able to nail quite a number of really promising shots with Pluto gone, though. Another gunfight does erupt. Hunter can't nail the shots. No, you do not peek the LMG like this with a pistol, and it's all falling apart for Kraken.
Oh, and it's just an absolute run over there from Circular Spheres. Now within 2, Cthulhu. Actually, no, back within 1, I believe, as we head to the 10th,
Yeah.
in fact. It's slowly starting to unravel just a little bit. Not necessarily because Circular Spheres is doing anything special, but more because Kraken are just letting it slip.
Yeah, Kraken are letting it slip, trying to do some almost ranked shenanigans, really, with some of the repicks, the jiggle peaks, and all of that, and that's the opposite that you need to do. For Kraken, Tiltek needs to get off the spawn peaks. Elements needs to, well, actually no, Elements is all fine, but the rest of the team just keeps on doing some
need to locate
very
and defuse bombs.
basic mistakes, something that was almost expected out of teams like, I don't know, K16, or even then it will be a very odd surprise if K16 will be doing something like that. And yeah, KRA just letting it slip is just almost feels so confusing in the grand scheme of things. But look, props to Circular Spheres for being able to just keep on leading into those mistakes that KRA have been doing.
Look, it's also, I
10
feel,
seconds to go.
concerning because this is also, you got to remember, not full strength Circular
5
Spheres.
seconds to
Jafer is
go.
not playing today.
True.
Captain Oz is subbing in for him. And this is also the deepest into a
Attackers
map
are
that
moving
Kraken
out to
has
locate a
been
bomb and
taken this
defuse it.
stage. They have what, their string of 7-2s, 7-1s, and it's just it's a testament to the effort and impact that Circular Spheres are having here today.
Absolutely, Onami once again about to run into Tiltek. Certainly will be expecting some sort of presence downstairs, as Tiltek just been all over the place and hoping to try to find some early openers. And early openers he was granted again, droned out.
Oh,
Tiltek got to move. Tiltek hasn't seen the drone, and yeah, look, continuously keeps on pinging. The pre-fire will be deadly there.
he's going to jump up over on the bonnet as well, just avoids being seen. But much the same, Tiltek gets himself out of danger there as well. Not going to be called out just yet this early into the round, so we'll be able to play for the later stages.
Yeah. Be just by an inch
A bomb
away
has been
from just
located.
that pre-fire. Yeah, still being able to make a play is going to be good. That
Attackers
C4
dropped the
will
diffuser.
also come in quite handy, knowing that Kraken usually would have a good time in just being able to play for that vertical. The calm before the storm is upon us, though. The Circular Spheres are yet to find the usual, early frag opener. That's no more a thing, but Jordy Friend is about to run into the Goyo.
Geordie checking his corners, but presents the head straight on to Tiltek. And that is a huge kill,
Attackers
especially
recovered the
given the
bomb
impact
diffuser.
that Geordie's already had so far this map. That is going to be a real hurdle that now Circular Spheres will need to overcome.
Absolutely, Onami now trying to get some sort of vertical play to try to assist Crimstar, but as
Attackers have located a bomb.
works and as it looks, it's a complete stall out from Circular Spheres, possibly about to grant Kraken that match point, but it's a little bit too early to call it, as Crimstar is inching away from finding the bean of the smoke of Pluto, and that could be rather problematic to really work around if Crimstar doesn't pick up a frag there. The rest of the team so far attempting to apply pressure. In comes the finger boost, and in comes the action.
Goof tucked in, Captain Oz behind the door. What is Elements able to find? Pluto with a big shotgun kill. Goofed in the middle of the site, shut down. Elements on for more, but no! It doesn't matter. Seppi says, I'll take you both with me. And that is a massive shutdown. Even Tiltek knows that was huge.
Huge double from Seppi. We won't be accounting whether it was a TK or not, but yeah, well, look, well done. Kraken did manage to find a return off the back of not really losing out on people too early in the round. So with that being match point, look, they're only one round away, but again, it was such a shaky performance from them that look, Circular Spheres still have a relatively okay chance to really push this to maybe even overtime and cause the upset in regards to the points.
This is a massive turning point in the map. If Kraken can close it out here, Well, they get to sleep
Defenders, protect your
soundly
bombs from being defused
for
by
the
attackers.
rest of the week, of course. But Circular Spheres, they can't let this slip, given how close they are to overtime, of course. Until Tech looking for drones, he's on the hunt, wants to try and get himself some points before he puts the mute gemmer down. But it's this mute Mozzie combo that is going to deny so much information away from Circular Spheres that could be their undoing.
Definitely, drone game has been rather big prospect for Circular Spheres to emphasize on, with
10 seconds to
already
go.
quite a number of the Mozzie pests being already dedicated, and Grimstar actually
5
switching
seconds
off the
left.
Jackal onto Zafir is looking like a bit of a bigger lean for
Attackers
Circular
are moving
Spheres
out to
to
locate a
go
bomb and
towards the
defuse it.
just extra aggro. And with Trophy and Statuary being the play, but a heavy reinforcement downstairs, one would be curious how KRA are looking to execute this.
There's so much tension in this round right now. Circular Spheres have been stepping up round to round. Both teams, yes, have made their mistakes, but both teams have had some stellar performances. In the 11th, though, that could all be for naught.
My magnets will protect us.
Geordie on the hunt, pushing through bottom red. If he can catch Elements off guard here and shut him down, that removes a key portion of the defense. And well, yeah, no, Pluto supporting from the second floor. Seppi as well onto
Oh,
Goof.
boy.
Tiltic there for a third. They are just masterclassing it here in round 11.
Absolute shutdown, no matter what position. Circular Spheres are all about to be fell, and KRA, look, even with Elements being low on HP, this is so far a perfect turnout of fully expecting those flanks. I mean, by this point, the general trend has been relatively familiar now for Kraken, so it was more about the frags, and well, certainly about the frags that did come down. Geordie, unfortunately, just met that early demise, meant that, well, not much of that room could have been opened.
Cthulhu, 2 kills, separates Kraken from top of the leaderboard, and promotions as well here in Stage 1. Captain Oz and Crimstar, who have previously stepped up for the team, could definitely pull this out of the bag, but Seppi for the first. One more, and it is done and dusted. Crimstar desperately sprinting on to try and turn the hands of fate. Player spotted, long range with the LMG, but there are bodies galore running at him. One for him, but it's all done. Kraken will take first in Stage 1.
Oh my, Kraken just done a stellar job, stellar conclusion by it all, but it started off with a really big fright really upon them, and Circular Sphere certainly proven and shown us why they are, well, in the top 3 position, but unfortunately for them, well, second place is the only thing that they will have to really, well, work with.
Kraken are untouchable for the remainder of the stage. Now the remaining 7 teams will just fight for scraps of that prize pool, but I mean, Cthulhu, there was real concern tonight. Circular Spheres made Kraken work harder than they have all stage.
Yeah, but in the same kind of way, it was up to Kraken to really keep up their kind of constructive play, because a number of rounds have been definitely very much back and forth and in a very much of a almost a careless kind of manner. So look, a lot of question marks there about what happened today, whether it was just not enough sleep, not enough rest, or not enough practice, or whether it was more so kind of the effect from the last stage's playoffs, where infamously Kraken took a whole map to warm up and then completely annihilate their opposition.
Look, it's just impressive stuff. The resilience being shown, the innovation being shown. You just love to see it at the end of the day. And what a match to close out Playday 5. Honestly, it's unfortunate that we aren't going to get playoffs, but it does shine an impressive light going into the Oceanic Challenger Series at the end of the stage.
Oh yeah, Oceanic Champion Series will be certainly there and certainly up for grabs, and probably one of the first times before any sort of conclusion of the Promo Relo tournament to come about for Kraken to shine on against some of the Tier 1 teams as well.
And we are being joined by a new face tonight in the interview booth. It's not Tiltech, it's our good friend Alum. It's Bryce. Congratulations, you're locked in for first, you're locked in for promotions. It wasn't too long ago you were playing OCN, but you might be back there soon.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. I think we've definitely got the team to do it. I think we will be there next stage.
All right, well, run us through the whole villa, because it definitely looked like you guys were caught a little bit off guard by Circular Spheres, and kind of the general turnout initially looked a little bit shaky from you. Was it what was the kind of attributing to that?
No, we definitely knew their playstyle. Before the game, we were actually talking about banning the Nook, and I think that was one of the biggest factors for it. It was just, more or less, we were just making mistakes, really. It was just a bit of an off game. It's the only reason they got that many rounds.
And look, at this stage, you're locked in. There's no chance you miss out on promotions, but there is still a bit of uncertainty about who you might be facing. At the moment, it's currently Onami, but there is a chance Vertex could slip down into that 8th position. Of the two, which would you prefer to face off against?
Gonna be honest, probably Vertex. I think they can gun less, so... But they're both easy.
All right.
Fair enough. Look, we love having you in the interview booth. Look, Tiltech who
Thanks,
at
boys.
the end of the day. But before we let you head off, Bryce, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Shout out Lily. Shout out my friends, the teammates. Shout out the org. Shout out ESL. Shout out you boys. Thanks for the cast.
Absolutely massive stuff. We look forward to seeing you again next week, Bryce. Have a good one, Cthulhu.
Thank you.
You love to see it. The storyline set in stone. Kraken are now untouchable at the end of this stage, and they have laid down the gauntlet. They know who they want to be facing off against. Is there any chance that they miss out on this dream run?
Look, I have my doubts that they will miss out on this run, and the way how they've been progressing, it has been a very thorough and a very, very enlightening almost progression. The way how they've done it, the way how they've performed, all the way from us watching them kickstart their run in stage 2 of OCL, now the way how they reshaped themselves and shaped up a team that could be contesting quite a number of names back in even OCN. Look, this is looking like a very promising roster.
Look, as much as we hate to see them potentially go from our competition, you feel absolutely nothing but pride when that sort of thing happens. And bringing an end to Playday 5, no full round of upsets, just the 3. Kraken aren't going to let that last one slip. But, I mean, it all kicks off here. They know that their sights are set on that. Honestly, they could run it down the next 2 weeks if we're being honest. But the question now has to be, who is battling for those remaining top 4 spots?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of positions to be taken and plenty of storylines to be really be formed. I mean, we already found Antic seeing themselves again finally some wins and looking very dominant. 1620 Kings finally getting on board. LFWO kind of, flocking out, and Warriors finally setting their sights as well here. So with Circular Spheres not being able to acquire the grain rather, well, yeah, look, top 4 is still in full contention.
Well, let's have a look at the wrap-up of our results from Playday number 5 and get them up on your screen. Kicking off the day, Antic came out with a hell of an upset, a 7-1 victory over LFWO that no one would have predicted coming. Then match 2, 1620 Kings, they pulled out one for themselves, taking down Dynasty 7-5 on Oregon there. Vodafone Warriors pick up the 7-1 over Altered Zelios, and Kraken keep themselves running strong with a 7-4. Going into today, Cthulhu, would you have called any of these?
Honestly, bar maybe the Kraken versus Circular Spheres, yeah, I was expecting completely polar opposite results, to be absolutely honest. But in saying that, look, I am more than happy to be proven wrong, proven different, and the results today have been absolutely stunning.
Honestly, it just makes you excited for the coming weeks of Siege. There is everything to play for the other 7 teams. Kraken, they can turn their focus to that promotion match. But then there's also that Oceanic Championship Series coming up on everyone as well. It's not going to be too far away. But, I mean, realistically, with Kraken putting in performances like this week after week, do you think that maybe there are teams in the OCN that should be concerned?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, teams should be 110% concerned. And certainly will need to cast their eyes towards Kraken and see what kind of potential can they gauge from that, and, well, what needs to be addressed, really, before the actual OCN commences.
Oh boy, look, it's just great stuff. Playday 5 has really just paid out in dividends. Let's have a look at the standings as they are at the end of week 5. And there you have it. Kraken, they are clean and clear. Given their previous results, there is no one at the moment that can touch them. And that is a statement to make with 2 weeks remaining.
Yeah, and looking at the standings, look, unless some miracle run, Vodafone just end up copying, I believe, almost 7 nils. Maybe they could have some sort of a round differential contention, but apart from that, yeah, look, Kraken are very much locked in. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, though. Those are the big contention points. I mean, you look at the points differential here. Very still volatile leaderboard bar the 1st place.
Well, it's been an interesting road, not at all quite how we expected, but you love to see it at the end of the day. And well, going into Playday 6, there is so much that could come of it, of course, but until we get there, we're not going to know how that one plays out. But Cthulhu, Playday 5, do you reckon there are more upsets still to come?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of upsets still to come, and still plenty of ways to cause them. I mean, even the whole contention for the top 4 is there, even borderline, I would dare to say, in the hands of Antic even.
Look, you'd love to see it. Maybe that dream run continues a little bit, but we won't know until we get there. Week 6 on the cards coming up next week, of course. Same time, same place, next Tuesday. But for us here, we are done. We are dusted. We'll see you next week. Have a good one, guys.
She's playing ice cold.
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.